which like I can't shit on him for because I can't promise I wouldn't react that way, you know?
Yeah.
Fucking, there was just a Super Bowl ad that was just like having women not showing their bare breasts, but they're just like breasts, yeah, they're great. And then it goes, the 6 million women are undiagnosed with breast cancer.
Oh, no.
And this guy's
Jesus
here.
Christ.
And then someone started talking, and I was like, oh god, I gotta tell Carl.
Oh, sorry,
I
I moved over into the pre-show.
Oh, okay. No more.
They talked
They got
about
us in
breasts.
the
They heard
first
about breasts.
I mean, they're fine. Unless they don't approve.
They're not
of
fine. They got
breasts,
cancer apparently based on that ad.
No, I mean, not all of them.
That's messed up. It's like, yay, boobs, breasts, yay.
Yeah.
Breasts have cancer in them.
People will die if they don't go check.
If I don't
You
see
guys
your
like
breasts.
these things? Well, they have cancer.
Guess what? They stink.
These titties stink.
All I'm saying, Carlos, is I will be disappearing if Kendrick Lamar pops up. If I see
What if he
Kendrick
shows up
Yeah.
and I'm the devil?
I don't think he could.
If AJ, I don't feel like they've gone 5 minutes without saying his name. He's there.
Yeah, I know he's there. I mean, in the sense, once I am called, I will be.
AJ,
showing
he's
up
always
for
with
not
us.
like us. I know he is.
I feel like they've talked about Kendrick Lamar more than the game.
Well, you know why?
Do I?
Yeah, he's the reason why breast cancer is getting defeated.
He single-handedly.
Yeah, Kendrick
is
Lamar's
defeating
gonna
breast
drop a diss track on breast cancer.
Cancer, knock it off.
cancer in your titties
Cancer, I'll strike it down with my lancer.
more likely than you
Stop
think.
on your head.
He's gonna get in a mech and fight cancer.
Yeah, he's gonna defeat your cancer in a mech.
He's gonna beat the cancer out of you.
Boobies, I think they're real groovy.
Whoa.
Movie?
Whoa.
That's a classic
that's-
Kendrick line.
Yeah, Patrick.
Cat.
Yeah, Patrick and Kendrick Lamar.
Is that
That's
Mr.
the-
Quality eternally dies of cringe?
Yeah.
I feel bad,
Whoa.
Ewans. I gotta stop tuning into your stream. I feel like anytime I talk, you like have a meltdown. I feel bad every time I do it.
We're the diet. Every time I like talk in her chat, I feel like you're around the corner to like go up with a layup. It's like that Dwayne Wade and what's his name? I think it's Chris Bosh photo. Hold on. Let me see if I have it.
But is the photo of him like doing the arms outstretched?
Yeah,
like,
the
running
arms
away?
spread and then the dunk. Yeah, that's just me and you. Why you blame me? I don't bring him up. Except that one time. The last 2 times was just natural.
You know, yesterday was like yestertime was a planned assault.
I like that. I don't know if that's a real word, but I like yestertime.
I do. I like it.
Yeah.
It sounds. I'm gonna start saying yestertime. I like that.
Put that in Saturn Alice.
Yestertime.
Yesterday, you sound stupid, old man. Shut up!
Shut up! And fireball.
It has the same vibe as like Days of Yore, you know.
Yeah, I'd see something. The days of yestertime.
Yeah, I feel like that was the same at some point.
It is in fact a real word.
Yeah, I was about to say. I feel like it is.
Imagine some old English kind of.
It's real to me.
I like it though. It makes me comfy. I don't know, something about hearing yestertime makes me. Go get
It's
a beer.
also a series of fantasy novels.
Well, I'm taking it back. Who wrote them?
Let me check. A novel. Oh, it's science fantasy. Yestertime, a novel of time travel by Andrew Cunningham. Free advertising.
Yeah, what's his Twitch account, huh? What's his social blade looking like?
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
He's a
why am I
nobody.
your guy in the chair?
He's a nobody. Nobody.
Google it yourself. I don't give a shit.
Carlos, it's because you were alive since the 1920s. That's around when I was generally summoned, but you know, I didn't really take in the culture of the time. I feel like I only really came into my own in the 70s, 80s.
Holy shit. So there's Andrew Cunningham, the author, and then there's Andrew Cunningham, 1st Viscount Cunningham of Hindhope, who is just
Hindhope?
way cooler.
Yeah, you can't have like 5 titles like that and not be like one of the coolest dudes alive.
He's also an admiral, but it's like his subtitle. It's
That was his side hustle.
This guy's way cooler. I don't care about this author.
Yeah, let me learn about the Viscount. Let's like get randomly affixed to this random obsessed with this author. Or not the author, the Viscount.
Wait, this guy's like... Oh, okay, never mind. I was about to say this guy's like real, but... but I meant to say like alive. Like,
well, this dude's like real.
So there's a YouTube video that's titled Andrew Cunningham, but it has a picture of Nikola Tesla on the thumbnail. So I'm not
kicking
watching
it back with Nikola Tesla.
Who was?
I guess so.
The Viscount of like Heimdall or something. What is it? Hindhall?
Hindhope.
Hindhall. Did AJ tell you he got me a game? I did.
Which game was it? I forget. I know you said you did. But what game was it?
It starts with a Y, ends with a Z.
Yang Z?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I hope you enjoy Murders on the Yang Z.
It does not end with a Z.
I know, but you got it, didn't you? I have to go. Kendrick is here.
It's like Slender Man. He'll be back shortly after Kendrick frees him. Yeah, no, I hope you enjoy it. I liked it a lot. I think I liked the majority of it. I just think it kind of like patters off at the end. I didn't give a good review of it because by that point it was like 6 hours into that ranking stream and I felt like I was dying midway through. So I don't think I gave that a good enough review as I could have, but I like it quite a bit. I think there's a lot of issues that hold it back from being a really, really good game. But I would definitely consider it better than most. I forget if that's how I ranked it, but yeah, no, I hope you enjoy that. I like the story of Shen Chongping.
This guy's he fought in both World Wars. And in the second one, in 1943, because apparently this is a real British naval position, he was promoted to First Sea Lord.
This dude's so cool.
Yeah, he is. He's awesome. He's the Lord of the Sea, apparently.
He owns the sea in that area now.
That's still a position? The first Sea Lord and Chief of Naval... Okay, so it's just Naval Chief of Staff. But they call it First Sea Lord. Because that's way cooler.
That is way cool. We need cooler titles. I think that'd really help morale if we started, like, just bringing up, like, just more consistently cool titles for things.
I don't care about who the current Sea Lord is. I want to know more about Andrew.
Also, Ewan's, I saw you tuned in for the D&D a little bit. I hope you enjoyed that as well.
They were still doing baronies in 1946?
Baronies? Is that like speaking of bears?
Well, a barony is what a baron rules over.
Oh.
You just put a Y at the end of baron. Yeah, they were still doing baronies in 1946. He died in 1963. Does he have any kids? Is anybody else awesome? No, he had no children.
Oh, heck, I was spot. Yeah, I'm schizophrenic with that. I check every now and then when I see the number move. I found you in there. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that.
Yangtze was very fun. The ending was abrupt, but that's my main complaint. Otherwise, very good.
Yeah, like I feel like they had like 4 back-to-back really good cases, and I just think the last case wasn't as good as it needed to be.
No, I thought it was good. I thought it was rushed, though.
Yeah, well, that's what I kind of, like, you wouldn't want a rushed final case. You want that to be a good build-up and payoff to everything. I just feel like there's a lot of elements that just kind of got dropped and happened in that final case that I wasn't as big a fan of.
Yeah.
Especially compared to what we got before, because those cases were really good.
I do like Fu being totally down with just breaking into the police station.
He was so ready. He was so ready to commit a crime.
It wasn't his idea, but he was like, "Yeah, let's do it." And he like already had the radio.
It's like the Dane Cook and like we're doing a B&E.
He was so down for it.
Evan, are you aware of what happened last Saturnales session? What happened last creep session?
No.
They brought back Othrasil.
Oh, that's not a joke. I saw.
No.
That's not a bit.
No, they did. Kodo accidentally brought back Othrasil.
I think Kodo like needs to die now.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's the only move.
It's so funny because in the same episode, Kodo beats Servant of Othrasil allegations. He brings him back.
Whoops! How do you do something like that accidentally?
It was funny. It's a little bit of a goof. Good times though. Good times for the creep crew.
And, like people were saying that a lot. I was like, that's a bit, right? That like vocab.
No,
just
that
joking,
was
right?
real. That's why I set the theme of next session as Sephiroth.
Oh god, you just made like the final boss of a level 5 campaign, like the final boss of your entire setting.
It's like they brought. It's like the comparisons are. It's like they brought back the H-Man.
Like this guy's so powerful and so evil that an entire institution was built to stop him from coming back. And Mikos just manages to do it by accident.
It was a misinput, to be fair. It was a serious misinput. Okay, well, wait. Either when AJ gets back or JT gets in here, we'll probably just hop into it. We'll start deviling. And so far, I gotta say, I do like the world building. I like the story. I like the stuff we're getting so far. I feel like we're getting almost a little bit too much. I feel like some scenes go on for a bit longer than I would like so far.
It rambles a little bit, but I feel like the rambling is good world building.
No, it's good rambling. I got nothing against it. I just there's times in this I'm thinking to myself, I kind of wish we'd kind of continue on. We've been like some exceptions. I like the conversation between Morgan and her aunt because I'm interested in Morgan's life, so I want to hear as much as I can. Well, some other conversations, I'm like, okay, come on, we've kind of run our course here a little bit. Let's get it going.
Yeah, it's a little wordy, but I like the setting. I like the characters, so I don't really mind if we spend a little too much time with them. You know,
it does help too that it's not a traditional visual novel with just flat characters in one place. They do tend to, it's a little thing, but I appreciate when a visual novel flips up the camera angles a bit. It keeps it fresh in your mind. You know, you kind of get exhausted if you stare at the same thing.
Yeah,
continuously.
I feel like you can recognize that something is like suboptimal in a game and like still enjoy the game and not really mind it. You know?
Oh, you know, absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm in complete agreement. I am enjoying it. Don't get me wrong. I just personally, I'm just giving my own critiques on on the way it is structured for my own tastes. But I'm liking the characters. I'm liking the interesting dynamics we already have at play, especially with this trial. I just think it's endlessly funny that they did the Apollo fan game case of defending a dude or like trying to prove a guy didn't commit suicide. It's like one of the worst mystery games we've played, and then like one of the best doing the same bit.
Well, I mean, jury's still out whether or not this one does it well. I hope it does. I hope
that's a good point. We haven't seen the actual mystery itself. See, I have a bit more hope with this though, because I think luckily of the Devil's in a position where it doesn't need to even fully rely on it being a mystery. They seem to be really leaning into the core angle of it and fully knowing like, okay, this guy did it, but I can't prove it. And I think that's a much better position for if that's how the game is structured and not just a pure whodunit, then you can do a lot with that concept, especially in a cyberpunk dystopia.
I mean, yeah, that's the Ace Attorney formula.
Yeah. The
But,
main problem is
like-
if like there is obvious evidence that we find that could prove like what actually happened, and that gets ignored or like forgotten by who are meant to be intelligent characters, then
Yeah.
then I'm gonna get annoyed, you know?
Yeah, I think what we hate to see in mystery games is fabricated difficulty because of incompetence in character, or like people acting out of character, you know?
I.e. the Yamazaki game. But I'm gonna be honest, Shu's not completely free of that either. There are some occasional Shu L's he's gotta take. I still do love me my Shu Takumi, but you know, he's gotta own up.
Yeah, I mean, I personally forgive all of Shu's sins because of DGS. Like,
I do feel like even if there are like bad parts of a game, as long as there's a lot of like goodwill built up, you can kind of be like, that wasn't as good, but I'm still enjoying myself. You know what I mean? I feel like there's always gonna be like little specks in there for like even like your favorite project. But if there's enough goodwill and just enjoyment to be had with it, you'll be more inclined to be like, that was kind of weird, but you know, let's keep it going. I'm still enjoying this.
yeah.
Well, we're in a bad game, like where a lot of bad stuff happens throughout the plot. You're more inclined to nitpick a lot more and be like, no way, they just come on, what are we doing? I think Eden's
Yeah.
Garden was a good showing of that because we did genuinely like the daily life. It had so much goodwill. That really should tell you how much bad will the deadly life in Eden's Garden did for the enjoyment of it, because like we loved it going into the deadly life, and then we played the deadly life and it was immediate, like we turned on it like wolves.
Yeah, I didn't watch that, and I don't want to, because I don't want to be soured on that game, you know. And like, I know, it sucks that I can't watch more of it because I liked what I saw, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I don't know, like. You know from listening to me ramble about Marvel movies that, like, nothing gets me more than something that could have been good dropping the ball.
Is there an example you have for that with the Marvel analogy?
You know what I'm talking about. Don't make me talk
Did
about it.
Did you think those movies could be good?
No, I think Multiverse of Madness had the pieces, all the pieces it needed to be a good movie. But then Sam Raimi went, it's Raymond time, and just turned it into an Evil Dead movie. And
I always get it mixed up. Is Multiverse of Madness the MODOK one, or is that the Scarlet Witch
no,
one?
the Scarlet Witch one. Quantum Mania, which I guess I understand how you mix them up, is the Ant-Man one with MODOK.
You think that movie could have been good?
No.
That was a dead movie.
That movie had several reasons.
Not
why
a
it was
movie.
dead in the water. Yeah, not a movie.
Yeah, I've never actually I've never really been one to actually keep up with any Marvel product. I mainly watched it because as like a friend group, we all just kind of went to the movies and saw it, and it was just a fun thing to do.
Yeah.
I never actually until the first Avengers movie came out, I hadn't seen any of the MCU movies. I only saw the Avengers, and then I just watched pretty much any movie we just went to the movies to see after that. Like, I've never seen any of the Iron Man movies. I've never seen any of the Captain America movies. I've never seen any of the Thor movies. I've never seen the Hulk.
I could give you a list of the good ones if you want.
I'm not gonna watch them.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll keep it real. I don't want to waste your time. I'm not gonna watch them. Maybe one day I will. I'll go back and just because I know people say the Iron Man trilogy is really good.
I didn't like the third one, but I liked the first two. Yeah, but public opinion is that they were all good. I was just not a fan of the third one.
What else was there? Yeah, so I think I watched Avengers. What would have been next? I feel like I didn't watch any of the solo movies other than like Spider-Man movies.
Uh,
Oh, hello.
Hi. The Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl. I pretty much only watched any like group movies that all the Avengers had, and then Guardians of the Galaxy and Spider-Man. I don't think I watched any other people's like solo films at all.
Did you watch Civil War?
Yeah, but that's like an Avenger. That's not a Captain America
okay.
movie.
Yeah, they call it
I
Captain
figured.
America. It's an Avengers movie.
Have you seen not Civil War? That's just the one I said. Winter Soldier.
No.
Winter Soldier is actually a really good movie.
Yeah, I really like that movie.
Oh, actually, I saw Black Panther. I didn't like it though.
I was a fan. I understand the critiques.
I really can't explain it. I feel like I'm being irrational with disliking it. I just was very bored watching it.
I mean, it started the like. It didn't start it, but like it was starting, or it released in the kind of area where it was starting to become a little less solid. Like the movies were kind of like starting to soften around the edges, not like be less edgy, but like starting to be able to like poke holes in them. Like they weren't as engaging anymore. So it could be part of it.
When did Black Panther come out? What was happening in the MCU around that time?
2016.
I believe that was right before Avengers, not Endgame, but the one before
Infinity
that.
War?
Infinity
Yeah.
War, yeah.
I think, was Guardians 2 the last movie before Infinity War?
I can pull open the
2018 was Black
release
Panther.
schedule and find out.
2018 was Black Panther?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
like
thought it was
it.
2016.
My favorite part about the release is that everybody else was shitting their pants about Michael B. Jordan being in it, and I was just like, Andy Serkis, yeah, which like one of the only white people in that movie. I realized that that's sending the wrong message, but I love Andy Serkis because he's Gollum, and he's like, he was the second unit director of the Lord of the Rings movie, and he's just an incredible filmmaker in general.
Yeah, so Black Panther was actually the last MCU movie to release before Infinity War.
Really? Black
Yeah,
Panther was the lead-in?
It was the lead-in, yeah.
That's kind of messed
Before that
up. They
was
just killed him
Ragnarok,
instantly. That's messed up.
What do you mean they killed him?
Well, like
Is they cancer?
No, they like in Infinity War, they just kill him like instantly. Like he just dies in that.
Oh yeah, he gets snapped.
Yeah,
What's okay? Kendrick Lamar is gonna get in a mech and destroy cancer for us.
that's true. Yeah, I can't wait. Wait, the one girl who broke her retainer because she clenched her jaw too hard because of Michael B. Jordan is a hilarious.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Oh my
Wait, what is the
God.
story?
You haven't heard of that? There
No,
was
no.
an orthodontist who went on Twitter and exposed. He didn't give her name, but he exposed this girl that like dented her retainer, or no, she broke it by biting so hard. And she said it was the scene where Michael B. Jordan takes his shirt off in
wait,
Black Panther.
what? I've never heard of that. That's crazy.
That is insane if true. I don't know. He could have just been making it up, but I hope he wasn't.
I hope that's real. That sounds funny. Ads, what are you doing? Hold on a second. Give me a second. Let me adjust the. I don't know why they're.
Yeah,
Other than I like money.
I'm a huge Lord of the Rings nerd, so basically, if anybody related to it at all appears in anything, I'm like, yeah, whoa, yeah.
I feel like I should like Lord of the Rings, but I really struggle to get into the movies.
Yeah,
That's fair.
They're rough
very
movies to
long.
watch. I like them. There's something very comfy about watching them, but I feel like that's like a movie you need to be in a theater to watch. You need to be like tied in place to like watch all of it in one sitting.
Once in a while, me and my dad get together and set aside 10 hours for the extended editions.
Jesus Christ.
Should be like have it set for every 30.
And like, if you think watching the movies is a time commitment, try reading
books,
the
yeah.
books.
Yeah.
Holy.
I've never seen any of the Lord of the Ring movies. We'll stream them all on we'll see how long it takes us to get shut down. The only I've now since last year watched all of them, and it's a very comfy feeling. I've never seen them before, but somehow it felt very natural to watch. It's really comparing it to modern day action movies and fantasy movies. It's weird because you have the huge special effects and the crazy things happening, and in comparison, Lord of the Rings looks so simple and calm. But it's kind of that simplicity is really unique to it. I really appreciate it a lot, actually.
Now this is just a guess, but I think you might find it comfy because you play a lot of D&D, and it's what a lot of Dungeons and Dragons is based off of.
Well, I think it's just because we've grown up during a time of a lot of Marvel movies, and we're used to a lot of stimuli and action and stuff. And comparatively, watching a Lord of the Rings, there is action and stuff, but a lot of the stuff is simple. It is just a simple goal: get the ring to Mount Doom, and throw it in. And they do that, and it's really just a journey. And I find it just simple in that way and relaxing. That is just the journey of getting there and accomplishing the task. There's not a whole big I am the super twist villain, here's the giant monster, it's very contained, and it tells the story it wants to tell, and it doesn't really try to do more, in my opinion. I like it. It's nice, very nice.
Yeah, it is funny. It's funny to me to compare it to modern storytelling, because it is way more of a straight line, I think, than a lot of movies today. Because a lot of movies today have the expectation of they want to subvert your expectation. They want to surprise you. Lord of the Rings doesn't really surprise you, even if you've never seen it before. It's interesting. It's captures your attention and keeps it. Personally, to me, I've seen it 100 times, and I still love the movies, and they keep my attention the whole time, even though there's not any huge plot twists or turns.
Yeah.
I hate that current filmmakers and writers feel the need to surprise you so much.
I don't think they do. I think they're more forced into that position. That's what the producers want to happen, if anything.
I think it's because there's a sort of trend in how movies are made. You'll see it a lot. There are recursive trends that happen in movie making, and we're at the they want to make every movie like a noir, but they can't do that because noir movies don't sell anymore, kind of a thing. So they're trying to make everything twisty and turny and trying to make you go, oh my god, that's what's happening. I now I can rewatch the movie and pay for another ticket and then see everything as I'm supposed to be seeing it. Oh, why didn't I think of that before?
Oh wow, that's so clever. They hid so much in there that I didn't notice the first time.
Exactly. But they can't do that because they can't sell movies like that. So they have to do that, but then also coat it with so much layers of paint that the movie becomes paint and not substance.
So this is
oh my god.
Breathe.
Take a strong cough.
This is kind of off topic, but you reminded me. Have you guys seen the movie Tenet?
No, I've not.
Yes.
Very good, very trippy movie. Pretty much all you need to know about it is that the premise is that they find a machine that reverses your time and lets you move backwards through time. And there was, I think there were rumors that they were going to release the movie backwards, but with the dialogue frontwards, so you could watch it in reverse. And I don't know if that ever went anywhere. I don't think they did it, but that's a cool idea.
Oh my god. And also, yeah, what you said, Ewan's, is a good point. They do every movie does kind of feel like a promotion for the next movie rather than its own thing.
Yeah.
Think about Eternals in
Eternals is like a
Oh,
movie
oh,
that I will
God.
never understand.
Eternals is like the funniest MCU movie to make, and everyone just pretends it didn't happen.
I repressed that movie.
I feel bad for what's his name because he got in shape for that movie.
Jon Snow.
Not Jon Snow. It was I think it was an Indian guy. He's a comedian.
Oh shit! What's it? Kumail?
yeah, I don't know his
something.
name. Yeah, but
I-
oh my god.
Am I crazy? Was Wesley Snipes in that movie as a cameo at the end?
Wesley Snipes was in jail for
In
tax
Eternals. In Eternals, he was in
Yeah.
Deadpool. and
No,
Wolverine.
they didn't do
I
a
know he was in
cameo.
Deadpool.
They didn't do a Blade cameo for sure.
I could have sworn
For
at the
Eternals,
end of the movie there was
no.
a Blade
I-
cameo.
no.
I didn't watch it, and I know.
So the
Who
the
was the
post
cameo
credit.
at the end of that?
Evan would have
bros-
busted in his pants if he saw Blade at the end of
Yeah.
Eternals. That would have all been worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Blade so much. It's such a cheesy series of movies. It's so great, so fun.
Motherfucker, are you out of your damn mind?
I love that. So in the comics, in the first Blade movies, this is way off topic, but in the first Blade comics, he calls like vampires suckers with like which is great and very very dated though. And for some reason in the movie, they thought it would be a good idea to take suckers and turn it into suckheads.
Suckheads, yeah.
So it's less like, I guess they felt that it was like slightly racially charged. I don't know.
They should stick with suckers. I think that it's fine.
Yeah, but suckheads is so much funnier.
No, but like suckers is like iconic. Just call them suckers. That goes hard. I want to be him. I don't want to be him if he says suckheads.
There's a Venture Bros character called Jefferson Twilight, which is a Blade parody.
All right. Well, we had a good pre-show here. Good 35 minutes.
Yo, that
38 minutes.
Kendrick. He did the song.
Blame Kendrick.
No, fucking. He looked at the camera and said, "Say Drake, I heard you like him young."
That's
So
crazy.
Oh,
That's
No,
crazy.
no, he said I mean, he didn't call him the what, but if you know, you know. But he was, yeah, no.
He
Mikos
locked
was
eyes
saying
with
it's
the
like,
camera.
No, I mean, like it was, the camera's following you, and then he has to keep his eyes on the camera. And Mikos was like, I love the smirk when he was like, "Say Drake, I heard you like him young." It's. I know Drake is
He's
bitching and moaning.
fuming right now.
Oh,
And then he got mustard.
Mustard.
Yeah, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Fuck Drake.
just add that in.
All right.
Let's move us over back into more tastic.
Yeah. Speaking of trials. Yeah.
Speaking of yeah, boy, Morgan has to defend Drake.
No,
God.
I'd hate this game.
Speaking of
He's-
allegations.
Get yourself a killer lawyer.
Yeah, she defends Drake just to kill him.
Now let's hop in. We've gotten into like the proper investigation.
Yeah.
We're starting to look a bit more into what happened to David.
We're going towards the crime scene, right?
Are we allowed in the crime scene? I think.
Well, I mean, if
Well, we're probably gonna
not
just
yet.
get
We're
we're gonna get
going-
sent the hologram of the crime scene probably when they're done investigating.
All right.
That's what they did in the first case.
Yeah.
You have to click
Oh,
it.
I didn't think. Okay, I was confused.
Click.
Oh no, we are in the crime. Never mind.
Oh, well.
Hey.
Well, it is like our best friend's house, and we were pretty much already here.
That's true.
Well, usually we had to establish that they send you like a recreation of it, but
Well, that was for the first trial, or the first case. So like it might not be like that all the time, but like in cases where
We can't
investigation is already concluded.
yeah, they
Mhm.
probably have it.
Or maybe they clean it up and then they send you what is there.
Pretty quiet elevators, huh?
You could have taken the next one.
Also, AJ, we're hearing your fan pretty loud in the back.
I'm fucking dying. You could have taken the other one.
It's a busy building, Detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start?
Ain't not like a... Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves.
I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there in many cases. Oh, it's because I killed people, viewer.
Yeah, I killed you. Just to let you know.
In case you didn't know.
Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you.
Do you at least have the autopsy report?
No,
Are you seriously?
I don't.
She doesn't. The report should have come in hours ago.
He's alive.
I'm betting he's alive. He's a freak.
That motherfucker's alive.
It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still... Well, then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings.
An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home security system. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They landed in the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing.
Chin up.
In flight,
Yeah. Lock in.
in-flight auto triage
Yeah.
triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial.
They were sending him directly to the funeral.
Yeah. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing.
I see. And the cause of death is...
Death. Being being investigated.
He was killed by being investigated?
Yeah?
Mhm.
Make an educated guess.
He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart rate stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over.
He's dead.
His brain activity dropped to 0, and there wasn't anything else they could do.
So it was like a nerve thing then?
Nerve agent? Nerve
mean,
poison,
wonder-
I guess.
Those are all very broad things that just happen when someone's... Am I stupid, or is the...
No, that's what she's saying. Like she's just saying like
what
who
they know.
fucking knows? Like
Yeah, it just seems like organs kind of just shut down one after the other.
Yeah.
His body's not working anymore.
His lungs stopped, his heart stopped, and his brain stopped.
And they were like, well, nothing more we can do here.
Think for him. Put more brain.
more brain per brain.
You think in the future they would be able? I mean, there might be a reason they don't, but like just put them on what's it called? Like the, I guess, lack of a better term, oxygen tank to keep them alive for like a day or two.
Well, I just think he got to the
Seeing
point
that
where
he
just
was
the
bored.
brain wasn't just even working
guess.
anymore.
The brain-
Fair enough.
Yeah,
fair
when the
enough.
brain activity actually reaches 0, they're just dead.
It was just like complete brain death.
Well, I mean, you think in the future they'd have something that like spark the brain up, but no, that's just me.
Well, we can't even fathom that sort
I
of
was
idea
like,
now.
Personally, I wouldn't have let this slide.
I would have saved him.
Yeah, I would have activated his brain again.
It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you?
No.
Ah, they don't know either.
Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet.
He just did that.
Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't have been accidental overdose?
You know something we don't? Oh yeah,
Is he on meds?
he was on Fent.
Imagine the
fucking
twist at the end
Sarah.
of every case is that Morgan did it.
Sarah, my daughter, I found
I
this
did-
cool old world rock. It's called Fent.
I do like the idea that, like, it's 20, like, if we're doing this from, like, our time span, this is, like, 60 years in the future, and Fent is still the strongest drug we can find.
No, what if they do the same thing as the demo where like Fent is such an old world drug that they can't track it in the system anymore, and they need like old world
that's
like
possible.
they need like
Old world drug.
old
It's
world
like the
techniques to
fucking-
detect the poison.
It's like fucking Fallout, where it's like the different drugs combined with
yeah, David took Jet like midway through. And he went.
yeah. You would-
He took Psycho Jet.
Yeah. Super Psycho Jet.
If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived.
But he didn't live.
So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now. Unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, Detective?
What? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense, given what we know and what we don't.
So it was like a drug specifically to kill this guy?
Yeah.
The Monokuma secret poison.
Oh, God.
But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs.
All of them?
Wait,
Oh,
all drugs are legal?
a series of laws passed in 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by civil unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases across the country and provide much-needed tax income, while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. Jeez.
Yep.
In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned... Oh no,
Whoa.
No, the
white wave.
The opium wars are back.
Yeah.
The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The gray waves followed soon after. Money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance this new gray market. Fierce competition for government licenses to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs to monopolize on their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalize them.
Classic narcotics.
While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peak in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers has continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the white wave as a whole. So we got a lot of people just making random, like, homebrew... We got moonshiner drugs going on.
Yeah, I was about to say this is somewhat realistic because I was like, if it's not for like doing the criminal stuff, it's to tax the drugs so they can make money off of it.
Yeah. So the criminals have to make better drugs.
Yeah, I like that they
not better drugs, the more experimental drugs.
Yeah,
they don't have to be
did
better.
a full 180
Better,
where
I guess.
they went like all drugs are legal now. Not only are they legal, but they're state like mandated.
Get your Obama packs today.
I mean, Ohio has that law, technically. I mean, it's only for a certain amount of every drug, but most drugs are legal in Ohio, though.
Yeah, in a couple of different countries, there is no charge for possession of any sort of drug at all. It's just a matter of like, if you use it, you have to use it like in a safe place where you cannot harm anybody else.
Oh man, I can't wait to take my Fen home today.
Yippee!
Oh, Mom packed me a Fen.
I better take this when I get home. That's my Scooby snack for later.
Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics.
The Obama pack. I don't know why that got me so bad.
I mean, there is a Obama strand of weed.
I'm not surprised.
So, whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database.
You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designers' drugs with recreational drugs.
In the literal
DD.
sense, designer merely denotes any drug that is custom-made as opposed to mass-produced, typically outside of normal pharmaceutical industry standards. In common parlance, however, designer drugs, DD, are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high, while the CDCA and deeds and deads, yeah. And the white wave that followed it legalized and taxed virtually all known narcotics. It did so alongside extensive documentation and study, and those laws could only apply to drugs that already existed. Any drug patented after the white wave must go through approval processes and registration with national and international authorities. A time-consuming process that can take anywhere from 6 months to several years. The time lag creates a window of opportunity wherein organized criminal groups can step in to meet the demand for the narcotic. What has become known as riding the wave is the new normal for the international drug trade, pitting mob chemists against corporate laboratories in a race to develop newer, more powerful, more easily habit-forming drugs, and cornering the market on them before legislation catches up to them.
So, like, making new drugs is still illegal, but it doesn't violate narcotics laws, it violates copyright laws.
So people taking Nirvana, we got some cool people in 2086.
Is Nerve illegal yet?
Taking that Nirvana pack.
Nerve.
What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized
Drug
and sold
racism.
through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. While the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line. So Breaking Bad could just happen in this time too.
Boom, boom.
In 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe.
Jesse Whiteman and Walter Pink.
Jesse Pinkman and R.L. Stein.
Jesse Whiteman.
God, what a combo.
RL High.
R.L. High?
R.L. Heisenberg, yeah. R.L. Highs. That sounds like a vape.
R.L. High.
Dude,
We need to
I was
start-
smoking on that R.L. High.
No,
Yeah.
that's the name of, like, the
That's-
street name of a guy who makes vapes, but the vape is called Goosebumps.
It's called Goosebumps. Yeah, there we go.
Oh my god, we're geniuses.
So what's gonna happen is if we ever get enough money, we're gonna do what Logan Paul and Mr. Beast did and just start making vapes and shit.
What about, like, would R.L. Stein be like the alcohol equivalent? You gotta sell like R.L. Steins to people.
Yeah, the Steiners to everybody.
What does R.L. Stein taste like?
Shit. Bitter.
That's
Bud
a
Light, but with a
horrifying
hint
question.
of piss.
Yeah, no. Anytime you taste R.L. Stein, you go
just
into a
more
PTSD psychosis
No,
episode.
I want anyone who, well, it's gotta taste like nostalgic, so I want anyone who like smokes the RL pack to like get sent, like I want it to be like the Ratatouille scene with Ego, and I want him to be sent back to die.
It tastes like the smell of exhaust empire.
There's a lot of R.L. Stein hate going on. He
I'm
tastes
not
delicious.
saying it's hate. I'm just saying it tastes like something
It
nostalgic.
tastes delicious.
I would
How do you know,
stand for it.
Carlos?
I just believe. Just look at him.
It doesn't look like it tastes
Yeah.
good.
Just
I
look
just-
at Jack Black in the.
Oh, if we're going by that, then sure.
That's my favorite bit in this movie. That's such a good bit. Do you know about what happened?
Hey,
in the
R.L.
Goose-
Stein.
No.
Jack
There's a part in
Oh,
the
yeah,
Goosebumps
yeah, oh, yeah.
movie, and Jack Black is playing R.L. Stein, and in the final moments when they're like walking through the school, Jack Black
Mhm.
passes R.L. Stein, and he goes, "Good evening, Mr. Black," and he says, "Good evening, Mr. Stein," to like to each other.
Oh yeah, I remember that now.
He was playing Jack Black.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good, really good bit.
I didn't read that note. 28 hours in the hospital. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available.
I feel like my voice for her is changing.
It's going too far into trunks.
She's taking nerve.
She's on that nerve right now.
She's on that R.L. Stein.
I mean, I'm trying to get like a feminine trunks, but I'm losing it for some reason.
It's not a very easy voice to feminize.
Yeah.
They call
Black-
me the shrink.
Yeah, they call me the black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white collar lobbyists, all chasing each other's tail in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. The only difference is it's their families finding them in the living room and the beat cops finding them on the street corners.
That sucks.
Real comforting, I'm sure.
I was just bored.
If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was criticism of law enforcement.
Not law enforcement, just the law.
Yeah, this isn't the cops' fault.
Important distinction.
Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things a bit more complicated.
For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist.
I'm going to take a look around now.
Yeah, sure. Make yourself at home.
What's that face for?
I thought that there would be an outline
And outlined.
around where they found Father.
Oh, like in the movies.
Like in film.
Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file.
Augmented reality crime scene. I see.
Okay, so they still have it.
Yeah, I
for-
told you. Yeah, they just cleaned it up and then they just put it. Well, I mean, that shower is still tipped over, but
Well, there's just no need to put the tape down because they can just mark where he was when they
Yeah.
found him.
yeah.
There is an outline. And so this is where he...
He died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him.
And the sensors and cameras they were wearing... That create... wait, what? And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basis for the Ark?
eShadow55, yo, how you doing? I'm doing fine. I hope you're doing fine too. We're doing some mystery games, playing Of the Devil,
Hello.
talking about R.L. Stein as a drug dealer. You know, the usual. We're chilling. I hope you.
No, he's
no,
he's
hold
not
on,
a
hold
drug
on.
dealer. He's a drug.
He's the drug. We've
Oh,
turned him into a drug.
Also,
Smoking
they
on that Goosebumps.
they
Smoking-
say on that Goosebumps, yeah.
Whoop, goose and they bump.
They're
Yo, dude,
There-
pass me
there
that
has-
slappy.
they have to know that this wasn't like a suicide because look, they had what? Do you think he had a second drink for another chair?
He was so thirsty.
Yeah, like you see the chair angled that way, and they're like, "Yep,
Yeah.
must have killed himself." No
well,
one
at
else
the,
was here.
well, just because someone else was here doesn't mean at some point doesn't mean that he didn't commit suicide.
Well, I mean that's fair.
There
but,
is some
like,
doubt, but I also think there's also. It
I'm
seems like
jumping the
they.
gun, man,
It seems
maybe.
like they want people to think he committed suicide. Either the I'm not whether the culprit is framing it that way or the company is framing it that way.
I mean, because then they're like, "Yo, y'all let your main guy get killed."
I'm assuming. There's something bad for business involved in what he was doing
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Saris.
It's what's it probably going to be is like someone someone killed him, but then the company is like, this wouldn't look good for PR. Let's just say he killed himself. I mean, we're going to take flack, but at least it's not a high, especially like probably a highly guarded building. Someone getting in there and killing somebody would not look good.
One other, I feel like almost a corporation, at least to some degree, don't want that because they seem concerned enough that, like, now that there's talk of him being irrational and suicidal, that their stocks are going to plummet if that is the agreed upon decision. So it was either they had to try and make it so he killed himself, or they. It might be unrelated to the corporation, actually.
Maybe.
I feel like they
Okay,
take more
this-
L's than W's in this situation.
No, yeah, they're taking L's no matter what.
So, a bit of a sidebar, but I was looking up Goosebumps book titles so I could figure out what like good like vapes or
brand
like
or
drug
something.
strains would be. And most of them are stinkers. They're like normal like horror movie titles, like The Curse of the Mummy.
Oh,
or
hold on,
The
wait, before
Werewolf
you
of
say
Fever
that-
Swamp.
Can I throw one out there? I just thought of it.
Sure.
Say cheese and high.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And then the demon shows up in your veg.
But then I feel like The Haunted Mask and Monster Blood are both very good.
Monster
Monster
Blood.
blood. It goes hard.
Dude, you
hard.
smoking Are you drinking It might be a drink. That'd have to be like
Yeah.
And
I could
and then-
probably, I could probably make a Monster Blood like cocktail.
yeah.
my personal favorite is Why I'm
AJ,
Afraid
beat
of
me to it.
Bees. Like
What-
that's
what'd you
that to
say?
me is
What?
really good.
Why-
Why
I'm
I'm
afraid-
afraid of bees.
What is it? Like that's like a creepypasta you'd find in like 2005.
What'd you
No,
say,
I feel like
Jason?
if somebody passes you a drug and goes, "Here, this is why I'm afraid of bees," you would be like,
Hey, whoa, this is about to take me places,
Oh,
man.
damn.
Dang.
"Yeah,
All
right."
right.
I'm about to go somewhere with this.
No, no, I
Louis.
do like the idea that like, yo, you drinking that monster blood and you look over to them and like, it's dissociating.
You're just completely dead.
Ghoulish, looking like the what's his name from the SCP. That like you look at him and he kills you. What's his name?
With the
That pale
The
guy.
gray guy.
The-
Yeah.
the gray guy.
I think
That's what they
90s
look like.
oh yeah, that one, yeah.
He's just. Oh, that was great.
They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same.
Where do we start?
You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible.
Damn.
I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even without looking. Okay, so this is a random thing I want to bring up before we get into it. From what we saw in the demo, it was optional to get that last bit of evidence to get like the good ending of that case. I would be totally down if there was like a good ending, but you really need to put in some extra effort to find it.
Yeah. I mean, we're playing on like the hard mode, so I imagine there are things like that.
Yeah, I just wonder if that's a mechanic, because I think that'd be really nice that there is a missable good ending because Morgan decided not to care enough about the investigation.
It's like fuck Asher.
I think it would be very neat. What is this? A chessboard and a datapad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CXD4, NXD4. This is a game. Well, no, it's just...
Well,
those are just-
NXD4 is not a position.
Yeah, that's not a chess position.
A cipher.
You think?
I think so.
Some kind of secret message, perhaps, or...
Black has
yeah,
a checkmate in 40 moves.
It is a chess game.
I was led astray.
Yeah, look at that.
But NXD4 wouldn't. I get, unless it's like next.
I think that's like predicting a move. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We gotta put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it.
What do you mean? Do you not play it on I?
What are
No.
you, stupid? You don't play chess?
No, especially not against David.
Well, that is to be expected.
You do not play chess against a programmer.
Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing.
Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, same moves, same options. It's a true
Chess
test
is
of
a
wit,
program.
strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too
Boring.
fair. The smarter player wins every time.
And that is something you take fault with?
Well, of course. How's a gal like me supposed to win a game like that? And she likes gambling. Everyone's on equal foot in there.
A game's not a game without chance.
Sorry,
The house.
sorry about that. I figured it would be a cipher because like NXD4 wouldn't make sense, but like the rest of them were.
Yeah,
like,
I hadn't heard of
positions on the
NX.
chessboard.
I thought it was both a game and a cipher, so I was a bit.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming NX is in reference to like moves ahead.
What kind of Riddler move is it for you to leave your chess moves lying around as a cipher?
It's to remind him. He has to look back on it every now and then. I always admired this view. The buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the rundown, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view's secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible.
Is it possible that Witness could have seen something through these windows?
Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars.
I didn't know that.
Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse for more than...
Why did he care so much about his windows?
Walked around the house naked all the time.
He said, "I don't want no one seeing my long schlong."
Police androids monitoring the scene. Could almost mistake them for a real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important.
You know what they
Damn.
say? People who live in glass houses shouldn't get stoned.
It shouldn't be on that Goosebumps.
They shouldn't be on that inhalant.
Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park.
Pardon?
You're a dog, Sarah.
You're stupid. You're stupid.
Damn, jeez.
Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before?
Because I haven't. In person.
David didn't even let you have a mirror. Brutal.
Whoa. Whoa.
Just scan its gin if you're curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever. Go on, make friends.
Go on. At a crime scene. The table.
Better take a closer look. Wow.
Alcohol.
Are these red
Boy.
silo cups he was drinking
Yeah, they
whiskey
are.
out of? Dude was going.
That's crazy.
He was on some. He deserved to die.
No, don't do that to him.
And
He
that's-
was- it cost
That's
effective.
like
No, it-
high-end whiskey too, based off the bottle.
It was some kind of mercy that he died. He wasn't doing well. if you're entertaining guests with high whiskey and red silo cups, like he ain't doing well. He needed. He was begging to be put down.
Person, he was a programmer for a company.
Yeah, don't do that to anyone.
Yeah.
2 cups, one empty, knocked over, and one mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them?
I've seen them before. In the basement liquor cabinet.
He kept these lying around. I knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him. That's he got glasses and he got rid of them.
He
He's
said,
toxic.
"Nah."
He's a freak.
Because then you have to clean them.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's maybe about fingerprints. He wanted to be
Yeah.
able to like throw away.
I think. I was about to say, I think he's still lazy. I think he just wanted to read it instead
Well,
of cleaning glasses.
Evan, unfortunately, throwing them away would be more dangerous than keeping something in your house.
Mhm.
But yeah, I guess it would be easier to just wash them than get new glasses.
And also the fact that disposed things from somebody's house would count as discarded pieces of evidence from which they can get both DNA and fingerprints.
Oh,
It's what the police do in
It's unwanted.
in like their investigations. They'll offer you a glass of water so that when you like are finished, they'll take it away and then test your spit and get your fingerprints.
get you in the system.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
they
because
go.
they are trying to actively find it. It's the same thing with cigarettes. If the person they're investigating is a smoker, once they're done with the cigarette and they throw it out, the police usually just go like why little evidence
so-
gremlins.
If I'm ever in an interrogation room, I'm gonna eat the glass after they.
Yeah. No, anytime it's
So,
like,
thanks for offering. Don't mind if I do.
yeah. Do you want a glass of water? No, thank you. I'll thirst to death. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
no
want my water
just
without the
glass.
crust.
Yeah.
Just put it in my hand.
Just pour it in my gullet.
Never mind, I'm dumb. Base 64 is 6 characters. Oh, they don't know base 64. Throw them in the nonary games. Have that person 9'd.
999.
I want this person aced immediately.
want this man goofed ass now.
Have this man
Results
exploded.
Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however.
Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the times this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough for them to test.
Inconclusive could mean
Inconclusive means inconclusive, that's all. Oh, cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting.
Father's prints are on both cups, as expected. But there's someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night.
Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched the cup, doesn't tell us when they did. And since we don't know who the prints belong to... I do like that Sarah's rushing to conclusions a lot with
I mean,
the investigation.
Yeah, that was her dad.
Yeah, it's a neat distinction. Instead of both of them being very intelligent, like it's kind of a funny reversal role of intelligence, no wisdom.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's a neat.
Wisdom, no intelligence.
Well, no, she's kind of got both, but just the fact that the robot, like, they're actually selling the AI is focusing
to
on
learn,
intelligence more than like wisdom to put stuff together.
Yeah. Morgan's got all the mental scores.
Yeah.
She's got boatloads
We
of
just have to
charisma too.
teach. We have to teach Sarah.
Adonai, why don't we know who the prints belong to?
Oh, the prince flagged as unidentified, or
No, there's space for a name, but the field is black.
shit. Am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes.
I'm fucking eating, yeah.
There's a second set of prints on the cup.
Sorry, that was a bit high-pitched.
Is there a form you'd like me to sign?
Doesn't matter how nicely you ask. Sometimes people just can't get answers. You should know that damn well, Madam Counselor.
I was afraid you'd say that.
I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean?
It means that whomever these prints belong to has very proactive representation.
Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. More than welcome to their testimony. Their identity is classified. The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy, out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation.
Fine, forget the name.
That easily?
Subpoena's always an option, but I'm short on time.
Procedure.
A legal order issued by the state on the behalf of the prosecution or defense that compels the addressed party to give testimony, provide information, or turn over evidence. Failure to comply with a subpoena will result in being charged with contempt of court.
Oh, I didn't mention it last time, but I really like copper being a slang word for like the police robots because
Yeah, metal.
copper's a metal. Yeah, like,
It's a nice little, it's a good pun. I
it's
like
a double. Yeah, double pun.
Double entendre.
it. What did the witness have to say for themselves, Detective?
You're still fucking... Okay. To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. The two of them talked. They had a drink together. And the doctor killed.
Yeah, and then they murdered him.
Then the doctor got sick, so they had activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen.
Okay, so they're admitting that they were here when it happened.
Mhm.
I can't play like any sort of mystery or lawyer game without thinking of the dropout. Like, yeah, I killed him.
Oh, did I mess up?
Did I fuck up?
The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse. All of the witnesses' vitals were normal. I wonder why.
The witness had their vitals taken, and there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield.
And that's it.
I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith.
Penumbrums set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything in the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system.
Oh, do we have video of what happened in here?
So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything in Asher's drink.
I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the penumbra, can I?
Not until the witness's lawyer are done reviewing it.
That doesn't seem fair. Lawyers? Plural. I don't have time to trade jabs with the law offices of Johnson, Johnson, Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah. Say, how about I give you their business card?
The law offices of Kochler, Gustav, Prince & Prince. I was close.
Close enough.
No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly.
Both princes?
Yeah, they got both of them.
From the past and the future.
If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a little freaky.
Yeah, I bet you like to watch.
Yeah.
What?
Huh?
What does that even mean?
Cuck cop, cuck cop.
Cut.
I don't know, I needed a moment to think.
I mean, it works.
So that was it. One chat, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect?
Look. They were searched. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim.
What if, like, we see this footage and there's just, like, a very exaggerated gesture of him going, it's getting pretty late. And you just see him, like, dunk his fingers in their glass.
Yeah, fuck the thing where you fist their glass.
just, oh.
One more drink for the road?
Hold on, wait, is that whiskey you're drinking?
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, hold on. Let Let me look. Oh, sorry.
Oh, poison, my favorite.
Yummy.
Yum, yum, yum.
But they aren't dead, or even ill from the sound of things. So you think he was poisoned? You think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from the safe bottle? Plastic cup that David Asher was drinking from before he died. Forensic analysis shows matches for his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated.
He got.
That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle of the witness's cup. Or the witness's
A
cup.
plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left in it I found upright on the dining table at the crime scene. Saliva and fingerprints match an unknown individual, contains no traces of foreign elements.
Wait a second, that's whiskey. He was drinking bourbon.
He's allergic to bourbon. Wait, was there actually like a difference
Scotch.
between them? Oh, okay.
No, I was just saying that.
Okay.
One
They could-
scotch, a one beer.
Bourbon, one beer.
He's allergic to whiskey. One trip to Ireland would kill him
They
instantly.
didn't give him enough mouse bites in the hospital.
No.
It would have saved his life.
Not
More
enough
whiskey.
leeches.
Give him more whiskey.
He needs more whiskey.
He's going through withdrawal. That's what's happening.
Yeah, when your lungs and heart shut down, he's like, oh, that's common alcoholic withdrawal. You need to give this man whiskey. Bring him his keys. He needs to drunk drive immediately.
There was a fucking episode of, I don't know what series it was, but I seen it in the
How many
YouTube
pair
clips
Alright.
where this dude suspected this lady was like an alcoholic because she was acting like rampant, like she was acting bad. She wasn't acting drunk, she was just very mean and whatnot. And so he snuck a bottle of alcohol in her room, and she started drinking, and she's like, oh, I feel much better. And then he was like, see, she's an alcoholic. And the doctor's like, what the fuck? I'm gonna fire you. He's like, what? What? I proved it. I told you. You didn't believe me. Like, fucking, yeah.
Well, he was right.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
I can imagine. I imagine there's gonna be like, if I like watch the episode, the actual episode, it'd be like, you know what, you were right doing that. It's like the fuck he was.
You should have given more patients alcohol.
Yeah, we should do this more often. A good practice.
Well, I guess while JT's gone, Evan, you take over for Sarah.
All right.
But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill and the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body.
An unidentified foreign substance.
Suicide by poison. I get that you were close and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying. That's life.
That's
Grow up.
One
Don't talk
last,
to her like that.
one more thing.
Yeah.
You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on the camera?
He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement.
The witness says that, not the cameras.
There's no cams in the lab or the basement.
It's that seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully?
It's intentional. If the cams of his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb.
Right, David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage.
At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died.
Sure.
I don't know if that's comforting. I think it's too early to tell, Sarah.
Sure.
Yeah, then we get like a picture of the person. It's like Ganondorf is sitting across from him at the
Victor
table.
from Liza P.
It's Champion Victor.
Yeah.
It's Gwyn, Lord of Cinder, sitting at the end of the table. Yeah, that's...
the Joker.
Can we see that camera and it's just perfectly the Joker?
Hey, hey, David.
Hey, Ashy!
Hey, Ash boy.
Statements made by the singular witness to David Asher's suspected poisoning and death corroborated by video evidence. The witness arrived at 7:30 p.m. The witness spoke with David Asher in his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36 p.m. Upon returning at 7:38 p.m., the two of them continued speaking while they both drank. David Asher felt lethargic and disoriented shortly after 8 p.m. David Asher lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m. EMS was called from the emergency console in the kitchen at 8:04 p.m. David Asher and the witness were taken to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital at 8:08 p.m.
The fucking guy he's like, oh man, what a lightweight. Oh god.
Oh shit.
So they were drinking for a good 30 minutes before anything happened.
So it's not necessarily a fast-acting poison.
Yeah. And look at these reasonable time frames during the crime. Interesting.
That's
Curious.
so weird.
We're talking like minutes apart for things. Interesting.
And
That's
also
crazy, not like an hour and a half.
Oh no,
Yeah,
nothing like that.
and also that they said he pressed the button, but he passed out before the button, like a minute before the button was pressed.
The fact that the witness did call in EMS is interesting to me.
I
mean,
think
if
they said
you-
he did.
It means that people don't have automated things in them.
No.
There's no what do they call it in Cyberpunk? The
I know what
like
you're talking about. The
auto
emergency-
ambulances that come up and
the
come and
crash
pick people.
crash team or trauma response team.
Trauma
Trauma
team.
response team, yeah.
Yeah, they don't have drama team.
Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old.
You recognize it?
Sure, he was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world.
My Brian.
It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present was their conclusion. Is it possible the police missed the poison?
No, even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. Hey,
Okay,
Sam.
so the killer mutated Asher's DNA and made him allergic to whiskey.
Could you imagine? That's a crazy cyberpunk kill. Is that someone injects you with something that makes you allergic to like potato chips or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, me
That
when
ring
I
out
turn
boots.
you into a mutant and you just explode after eating.
Yeah, anytime I see vision like this, I automatically think of Arkham Knight series where it's like the Joker toxin or the Bane toxin.
There's venom over here.
Yeah. What is it with Batman villains on having their own chemicals?
There's too many
They're
chemicals
chemists
out
on
there.
the side.
There's fear
They're chemists on
toxin.
the same-
There's Titan. There's like Joker gas.
This is why you have
Venom.
to. This is why you have to respect Two-Face and.
Well,
Penguin.
hold on,
They're
that's
just
actually a good
regular
point. Do
street
they ever
bandits.
do they ever establish how Joker makes the Joker gas?
He gets a vat and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna put shit in this."
No, but he at least Crane's like a doctor
shit's
and
gas.
stuff. But
I
like,
mean-
how does Joker make his like galaxy gas?
I don't know. He threatens somebody who's good at making drugs into doing it.
Well, I mean, he has done that in the past, and also that, I mean, I guess he was a henchman, depending on the storyline. So I guess he
Well,
would
he
know
was just
what-
it's like he was a comedian. He was like an expert chemist. before
Yeah,
that.
but like he worked for bad people at least, who was like, and then he gets dumped in that shit. So he's gonna, well, I mean, Black Mask. He's probably like, ooh, green juice.
Black Mask showing up to get
Ooh-wee,
absolutely
green
destroyed
juice.
by Batman again.
Tasty.
So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey is poisoned.
Not entirely.
A bottle of Rose River whiskey found at the dining table at the scene of the crime. Forensic analysis shows no foreign elements or toxins known to be a brand favored by the deceased. I mean, we have
Okay.
we have a good amount of time where
That's
they were
toxic.
alone in here. It could, I mean, this might not be the same bottle that they drank from,
Might not be. Yeah.
as a possibility. If you combine enough
Yes.
suspicious chemicals, anything's possible. Okay, Yunes, I want some Joker toxin on your desk
Yeah.
by next stream.
ASAP. And I want you to drink it live.
Have it be a dono gold that you'll take a hit of the Joker gas.
The last thing you hear is.
Same did Philly win?
Oh, they won.
Did they actually?
It's over already?
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I didn't think.
Well,
it was that
the
quick.
score. I don't know if it was Philly, but they said the score was 0-34.
Holy! It doubled since the last time. I was 0 to 17.
No, it's the end of Q3. It's not over yet, but it might as well.
Yeah, it's same as like may as well.
How many instances of the Super Bowl are there where the other team doesn't score a single goal?
Fourth just started and the score is 6-34.
Okay, well, it's not 0 anymore.
Okay,
But
that'd
it's a
be
blowout
great.
still.
Is there a instance of like the other team just getting absolutely embarrassed in that way? I'm
There
just like
has to be.
0.
Yeah, it's
Super Bowl
blowouts.
where one team gets.
I'm holding you to that, Yoon. So you better do the super.
I'll buy every
Jungle juice.
Gatorade flavor I can find and combine
jungle
into one
juice.
You gotta
big
do.
jungle
You
juice.
need to get one of those like gallon drums, and you need to like Badlands chugs it.
Yeah.
I
gotta
feel
go
like
and
burp like that.
if there was like a modern Joker plot, it would just be he just like sells laughing gas as like a vape pod.
I sell vapes.
Well, bats, I put. They're geeking. I'm the geeker.
I'm the geeka, baby.
So, it looks like the lowest scoring Super Bowl for one team was 3 points, not 0.
Oh.
I want a 0. I want like. Who
Maybe
was the
next
team that
year.
got 3 though?
Why do you want those big
Oh,
men to
shit.
be sad?
Funny.
Me.
Because they're getting paid at the end of the day.
The
Yeah, but they're
Rams.
still gonna be sad.
And so are the kids on the
They'll be
street. that are homeless.
sad in their like $1 million penthouses.
Mhm.
Eagles were 3 points away from breaking the record for biggest blowout in Super Bowl history. So what I'm hearing is if they score twice more,
Yes.
We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere.
You have to find guns somewhere else.
Blood.
Build alcohol.
Spilled alcohol. The arc shows how it looked last night before it evaporated. Ink. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clean. But does that mean wherever the spill came from must be clean as well? Okay, well that's...
Which doesn't make sense because he would be drinking from that.
Yeah, so it didn't come from his,
it wasn't
cup.
the original. Yeah, it wasn't the original pour.
Mind,
So give me-
mind the spill.
Yeah. I was killed by the man sitting next to me.
He spilled his cup in a way to point to the killer.
Yeah. Him.
Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems.
All the docks were take home safe. Nothing spicy.
When was it last used?
Oh, fucking no. 7:48 p.m.
Oh, in the middle of them drinking.
Yeah.
Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide. Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to... an article.
There we go.
Oh, it's the soldier story.
Warm Android.
In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android, and in a way that no other competitor product could. A brave private, name withheld, was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 Enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for an evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving universal donor synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be their price tag, and then some, and people in the capital are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Mathing said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide armed forces with warm androids. The story got people talking. If we just ignored our constitute feelings on this matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians. And I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, "Oh dang, you're not logged into this device? Why don't you pop your user details down below and enable crumbs so you can get your user experience you deserve?"
Imagine being that soldier, not knowing that ads could do that, and having this thing just like open its veins, and you're like,
We're gonna make it out. I'm not gonna make it out of here. You just watch your robot like rip open its chest in front of you. What?
Yeah, I can also like see like because it's so vague, I could see this being like propaganda.
yeah,
Yeah,
well,
like, this is
Like
just
just
made up.
completely made up. No.
it could be, could be real, but like the details are so vague that it almost
that
makes
you'll
it.
never know.
Like, I feel like if it was completely made up, though, they would just make up details. Like, the fact that it's vague makes me believe that it's almost.
There was a
that it's
comment
true.
saying that it's not being talked about nearly as much as she would expect it would be because it's like such a good thing for Noble's PR. It might be. I think it is real because if it was like a PR stunt, they'd make a bigger deal out of it.
Fair.
Yeah.
So something about that is clearly bothering to. Maybe say, wait, they can do that?
Not only that, but like it's on a classified mission, so it's never going to be really talked about anyway. At least currently.
But why would Noble have marked it as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize.
What was the prize?
Military contract. Yeah, clear, like, because this story is doing good for them. It's making the military want to buy in.
Alright.
They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it's saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilt all over the globe.
They're like it's like, what do you think about this, Senator? It is an idea.
It is what it is.
You know, like fucking politics.
What was that?
Chair.
One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting, and one chair pulled out, a party of two. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. He was a funny little
Can you see that like blue pad outside?
the blue. Oh, this.
No. Okay.
All right, the big Kahuna himself.
Body.
It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Just so he got up and then fell backwards.
He's like real quick.
Like he tried to stand up, I guess stumbled back and fell over.
Does that tell you something?
No.
It tells you that like he didn't want this to happen.
She's copying us again.
Yeah. Huh.
Hey, if you were
That's cute.
if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? Yeah, it is a weird reaction.
That's just like, yeah, he drinks it.
I find it very hard to speculate on that hypothetical scenario.
The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over the table.
But he wasn't found slumped over.
No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly.
I do like the idea that he's just like, you know what would be really scarring right now for this guy?
I
I pretended that I wasn't. I didn't poison myself.
Yeah, if I'm gonna commit suicide, I might as well put on a show for this guy. It's like, so you see the game last night?
I've been poisoned. Help! And it dies.
That's toxic.
Help you.
So what can you conclude from that, Adonai?
Only that I'm missing something. It seems like that's everything critical on this side of the room, which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guests. What about in here?
Can I fucking eat my food? Damn.
How long does it take you to eat your food?
It's chicken. I like to be thorough. The only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. Console took a snap image with the way.
It's just gonna be him bludgeoning.
Just him getting strangled in the kitchen.
The console took a snap image when the witness ran into contact emergency services.
Reyes, are you eating the are you eating the victim's
Eating the
stomach?
bones?
It's a little tangy.
What is this, a murder weapon?
Oh, my dick.
Yeah.
You eating like
Meat.
the chicken bones?
May
Like,
I
what's going on?
may I see it?
It's tangy. Popeyes is good still in the future.
She's eating Popeye.
Not unless you
Hey,
scrape the witness's face off
no.
the pick first.
No.
What are you saying?
Hey, Puff. Hey,
Popeye.
something's wrong. Sorry.
Don't tempt me. I want to see it anyway.
From Popeyes.
Pills!
Bill's here.
Ah, yes, the drug he used in question.
Get a good scan. Start with this. He does have glasses.
Oh, so yeah.
3 unwashed dishes in a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet, have they?
And?
And I just assumed you might want to do your job.
No, you see me eating chicken. Yeah, there are prints. Most watch the victim. Oh, look at the eye.
Yeah.
It's not like well, not only the spinning, but like the iris doesn't look
wavy.
circular.
Be not afraid.
Yeah.
I just
You know.
imagine Reyes going like, well, excuse me for having an appetite.
Yeah, sorry for being hungry. But there's also... Huh.
What?
Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that.
All I did was walk over to you.
You knocked over the salt, Adonai.
I was focused on the task at hand.
I didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod.
Adonai, the salt.
As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass.
That glass in the sink. They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera?
The fucking salt!
Adonai,
No.
the salt. Come on.
So when
This
did
is
they
bothering me.
touch this glass? Let me check.
Hmm.
Glass of water found in the sink of Dasher's kitchen bears the DNA and fingerprints of the unknown witness. No trace of any poison.
Who's that? Better wash this off.
Oh, yes.
He really thought that he saw 2 like solo cups over there. It's like, this glass would be out of place. I better wash it and leave it in the fucking sink.
You need to toss it over your shoulder.
Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried.
What?
You know, if someone's choking, you give them some water. But,
Oh, okay.
You know, they were choking.
Okay,
See?
sorry, I misread what that said. I thought he was saying, like, yeah, he was going to try and give him some water, but the witness would have choked if he drank it. I was confused what they were talking about.
Yeah,
What's wrong with the water?
He's like-
What's wrong with the water?
yeah, fucking. Yeah, hold on. Let me make sure this water's like. Oh, fucking 2 dead bodies now.
What? You think this glass was the murder weapon?
It's bad luck, Adonai.
Please.
Hold on. Fuck, my voice is all fucked up today. Sorry.
Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames.
So what, did they... So they had, like, drinks with, like, normal glasses, and then they just...
changed-
And then
Well-
just reset a scene to make it look like
At
they
least
were
a
drinking
normal
different-
glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it would unless they have like a disguise on, they would have shown it in the camera, or they
Yeah.
erased the footage. I guess.
Yeah. Well, we don't know what's happening on that footage right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, being seen.
That's genius. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory.
Nah.
Mature.
It's bad luck.
Salt shaker got added.
Yeah,
A salt
but
shaker
there's
that
drugs.
was accidentally knocked over during the investigation. The whole cap fell off and it spilled salt across the kitchen counter, an omen of bad luck according to some.
That's some.
According to me,
That's the,
That was horrifying. Pull up the phone again. Her eyes.
her eyes turn red.
Yeah, they're like.
They are
oh wow. That's
Yeah, look.
oh that's
Her eyes
freaky.
are orange, aren't they?
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
you mean
orange.
in the
Yeah, with the
phone? Okay,
Yeah,
I
look,
see. I see.
She's like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the salt. I thought she was pissed.
I thought you were
was like,
talking
holy
about the little Morgan thing on the end.
No,
I
no,
was
no,
like,
no.
her eyes are red.
that's evil.
shit. That is.
Is that gonna be like the
stat-
is that gonna be like the good ending evidence? Like we just throw salt in her eyes or something? Like what,
Yeah,
what is
get all. Yeah, salt.
Like we have like a life or death situation and Morgan has to throw salt in someone's eyes. Why do you have
Yeah,
that?
she's getting hit in pocket sand.
Salt.
Oh, those weren't pills then. That was just salt. He sprinkled the poison in his drink.
Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others.
Oh,
Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2. Or 1.
true.
No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. So whoever the guest was, they must have shown up unannounced.
Not even a charcuterie board.
This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out?
8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene.
I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive?
8:08 p.m. The same... Never mind.
Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air.
Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside, took them to Gatesfield. The very best, if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he could afford a lot.
He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Caduceus's
what?
executive plan for...
That's not you. That's not you.
Oh, yes, sir.
I needed that, thank you. Caduceus's executive plan for what isn't like most people.
Oh
counselor.
yeah,
It's Caduceus, right?
Greek god of medicine.
Caduceus isn't the Greek god of medicine, right? Or it's the staff. This shouldn't be the right. This isn't the right staff. That's what it is. Caduceus' staff, or the proper staff for like the god of medicine.
Asclepius.
Yeah, this is Asclepius's. The Caduceus staff should have 1 snake. Asclepius, being the representative, is kind of ironic because I think he was like kind of an asshole, like if I remember correctly. So it being used by like American medical insurance is really ironic. That they don't really do be helping people.
No, they do be.
Especially not in the future. Dear Lord, God, Cyberpunk is basically made up of EMS doing fuck all for most people,
Except the rich.
David
except for the
Asher,
rich.
David Asher's health insurance policy with Caduceus. Is it Ducius?
Caduceus, yeah.
Yeah. Caduceus, paid for through Noble Electronics, includes private EMS services on standby. Caduceus only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans that outrank it.
I wonder if David Asher, the first name, comes from Cyberpunk. David Martinez.
It could. Possible.
Last name David, first name Asher.
So I wonder if...
So yeah, you have So the rod of Asclepius is the one with 1 snake, and he's the god of medicine, and the Caduceus staff
Is the god of death.
is the 2 snakes, and it's actually so Caduceus. I messed it up. Is not a god. The Caduceus is the name of the staff, and it was commonly pictured with Hermes.
Hermes. So they're supposed to be helpful, but they're not.
No,
They're lying
it's,
to us.
it's Caduceus's monster.
It's good. It's Caducey. It's Caducey.
Not the Caducey.
He sounded like he when he was getting a shower. Not the face.
Not the face.
Not the Caducey.
Oh. Well, sugar booger.
Sugar booger, stop.
So I wonder if the plan almost involved how good of an insurance policy he gets. The idea of that someone gets here fast to do something.
Like they killed him.
Oh, they put something in his blood that turns the cure into what killed him. You think?
That, or maybe something about maybe the type of care they would normally treat someone with, on like the automated care they would give someone on the way to the hospital, is the final nail in the coffin.
Mm-hmm.
Like what he got could be something he could have recovered from, but it's in tangent with something that they tried to do to heal him that could have maybe
Killed him.
I wonder.
If that, do you think they did it on purpose, or do you think by accident?
I don't.
Because,
I'm of the opinion that the company loses more by him being dead, and at this current moment, I have no reason to believe the company would want him dead.
yeah.
So for that reason, I'm not going to assume that they're trying to kill him.
Well, I
For
mean,
that reason, I'm out.
the fucking no, it's still bad, dude. This is bad for this company, dude. It gets worse.
So I'm wondering if someone who knows the medical field or knows what sort of care he would get on the way there maybe set something up with this poison in tandem with whatever care he's going to get and the ambulance ride there that will guarantee that he dies because of these two drugs that are going to mix together, maybe.
Sometimes people can't take certain medicines if they take certain medicines.
That's what I'm wondering, if that was the murder weapon. It was a mix of the homebrew drug and whatever is going to be given to them inside the ambulance.
I hope it's something painfully like he was poisoned, but then like oh yeah, this is just a big conspiracy. Someone from like across the street just started punching him in the face in the hospital.
I actually think the fact the witness called EMS was a plan to have an alibi rather than it being that it killed him along the way. Like, it was part of the murder plot, rather it was part of establishing an alibi.
Yeah, setting a time frame.
It was so quick that like, oh well, I didn't have any time to rearrange the crime scene, even though like they could have hacked the camera or something to make the earlier segment look like it was part of the later segment, and he actually fell unconscious earlier.
Yeah.
Why is he moving so fast in the sea?
He had executive level. Not like most people at all.
I mean, he is the fucking maker.
I saw you try to sneak that. A penumbra security console located inside David Asher's kitchen used to contact emergency services when he fell unconscious. A private emergency service was contacted at 8:04 p.m. and the medics arrived at the helipad outside via VTOL at 8:08 p.m.
4 minutes, my god.
Said private emergency services contracted through David Asher's Caduceus Executive 4 insurance plan.
Imagine being so rich an ambulance shows up in 4 minutes.
That's a fridge? I thought that was just a door to like a different room.
Same here.
David's fridge.
But that's like a
Normally I wouldn't
cabinet?
go poking in a pantry. Oh, that's a okay, that is another room.
I was like, that's he opens the fridge. It's the fucking
I wouldn't go poking around in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in a drawer, some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement. AJ?
Oh, sorry. I was getting DM'd.
That's what the cams show, yeah.
There's plenty to drink right here, and unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular.
Rose.
What's that look for? You hungry?
I am an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic?
Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment.
I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean I experience hunger as you do.
When I get,
Actually.
at a certain point, I'll just start screaming until you feed me.
Stupid idiot loser lawyer.
Dear lawyers. So,
Yes, I eat, but I don't need to eat.
So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, you...
Die.
Power down.
Anytime I see this in like the thinking fits, like, I'm not gay. I'm not gay.
I become tired.
Isn't there anyone in this game who likes women? Or,
Who
What-
likes men? It's in London.
What a... It's London. I'm lesbian. Is there anyone of the devil world that likes men? London. Just staring at the camera. What a great feature.
And when I'm done digesting,
I don't need to know.
Oh.
Get away from me.
You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene.
Yeah.
So do you think you know what happened?
Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? I say be right back. I guess Evan, take over.
yeah, he's at Gatesfield. Along with 100 noble megs who've all called dibs.
Then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. I can do that? What, you can do that, can't you?
I can.
Oh, that's not me. What the hell am I thinking?
But
But I need your payment information to get started.
The 3 funny numbers on the back. Yeah, okay. Understood. On my way down.
got it.
Sync complete.
Set pickup for 10 minutes. Should be plenty.
Yeah, I got Morgan's credit card information.
She
Let's
runs
go.
away. She's won.
The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai.
Consumes organic substance as opposed to inorganic substance. Like what? Rocks.
She can just eat forks.
That'd be great. I want a fork eating robot. I want to walk into a room and see every fork disappear as the owner fries. How bad can it be? As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy's not panicked yet, but it's creeping up to a tipping point.
Somebody dead?
Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got them all excited?
Adonai, what does that symbol mean?
In this rabble, probably something vulgar. Which one?
The heart with a bullet.
Oh,
hole.
no!
Heartbreak.
Heartbreak. I don't know.
Oh.
Probably
my God.
nothing. They think this is a heartbreak killing? That's
Maybe.
weird. Why would they think that?
Well, I don't know. Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the heartbreak killer.
Why? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol, or a following, or these? What? Did Emma call these people here to see how Morgan would react? Is she
That's
that?
toxic?
Is she that toxic? Or these, whatever these people are. Then why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? They think he's the heartbreak killer?
Whoa.
Because
Okay.
Noble's trying to cover up the truth.
They are?
Those Megs are in there scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try to catch them when they go dump the scraps. Sarah.
What are you hoping to find?
Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle on Heartbreak? Noble doesn't want the world to know that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal.
Oh,
They think a warm android is the Heartbreak killer?
yeah.
Interesting. You think that Heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all that was human?
Oh, you know what? To be fair, constantly always perfectly accurate in the military.
Yeah.
Like, that makes sense.
Hmm.
I can see why they may have misconstrued.
I am human.
Actually.
Noble advanced prototype went amok and started killing.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm Heartbreak, and I'm a person.
Uh-oh. Started killing
darn.
random people. Don't be a lamb. It only looks random. There's a clear pattern. Oh, hold on, Mask Man. Don't be a lamb. It only looks random. There's a clear pattern as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh,
Judge from Ace Attorney, what are you doing here?
I kind of hate that they took sheep and just turned it into lamb. I feel like that is kind of realistic for what would happen to slang, though. It would just like be kind of like how we went from fruity to zesty. It's the same thing.
I think we still use both in pretty equal measure.
Yeah, but the fact that there is like a second one that's the exact same thing, you know?
And how does one see past the bullshit?
Stop engaging.
Our kid, she gets
Tell
it.
me, Redditor.
She's asking the right questions.
He is a judge.
What the hell are you talking about?
No way, those victims were related. It's gotta be denial ops.
Deniable ops.
Deniable is a fictional classification for clandestine state actions that need not be taken responsibility for because plausible deniability and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party involved, even the victims, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. No such designation exists. Deniable ops are a common reoccurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave any questions away about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on through the media or addressed by world governments. It is also commonly claimed that deniable ops make ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from political ramifications of their military actions.
So basically, it's the they don't want you to know about it. That's why you've never heard of it thing of conspiracy theorists.
Conspiracy theories are no laughing matters. If you're worried that someone you know might be being indoctrinated of spreading misinformation themselves, you can report them to the state at a non-confidential portal here.
Non-confidential.
They must have all been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Then, as soon as they outlive their usefulness.
What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. That's a crazy... Those were real people.
Wild.
Poor android, so perfect, no one can tell a diff. A bullet to the heart, the only way you could kill those other over-engineered freaks.
They don't have hearts if they're androids, though.
Man, everyone's got a goddamn opinion.
Everybody's a critic, just a serial killer.
Just want to kill people.
That's really funny.
I see.
Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think that you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? Be the cyberpunk? Is that Giga Chad? Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story and later having grown into a genre on its own, cyberpunk, or cyberpunk, historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved into numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it has taken on new meanings as the kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to be. This is Sigma. This is how you be like a Sigma male.
The cyberpunk
modern
grind
Sigma.
set.
A code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socioeconomic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic
Rebel
Simon
without a cause. Okay.
Simon Essentia?
Probably.
Yeah,
Essentia?
Sounds good.
Summarized the appeal as thus. There is no such thing as 21st century hero. It is any wonder that the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance. Get ready with me, cyberpunk. The 99 Man explained, are co-ops illegal? You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on Harco crops? They're putting something in the food!
Those people. Heartbreak. This is...
A goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? I'm a hardworking, tax-paying citizen, and I'm being slandered as an android.
What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this heartbreak figure?
They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer.
But they must have some reason to do such terrible things.
I bet they're
Aren't
very
you
handsome.
curious?
Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others?
They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have...
Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak.
So you think they were just born that way?
That's my guess.
That's
Unsatisfying.
sad.
I don't see why it would be.
If heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else.
If heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people would ever have to worry about turning out like them.
That kind of predestination means they never have to take responsibility for what they are.
The state can't make them take responsibility. As soon as they catch
Can
them...
make them.
Oh, can make them. As soon as they catch them.
You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer.
Just a serial killer? It's not just a game. Oh, she's about to go Tyler Blevins on her.
Just?
If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and 11 months.
In order to have killed
413,789 people.
You did that in your head?
I do. I think about it a lot.
You did
Anyway.
too.
I'm good at mental math.
You counted the leap years. But what is the significance of that number?
Deaths within 18 months of the Blake Fort industrial disaster. Congestion ahead. We're currently limiting traffic related to this particular search due to a large number of edits coming in from net addresses outside of countries' borders. We're proud to fight alongside
Variable user country.
in combating disinformation by foreign actors like those in the user adversary latest. You can read more about how and why this collaboration works here. Tired of running into slowdown? So are we, but maintaining a secure data border takes resources. Contact your representative and explain why you think the national data security budget needs to be expanded using our easy right form here. Interesting. Not exactly a fun time for the country.
Yeah, so that must be the... Yeah, it's the deaths within 18 months. So, like, she clearly has some sort of, like, I guess, beef against it? Because, like, why would she use that as the, like, moniker, or, like, the I don't know what you would call it, like,
well, she
the
might not,
marking point?
she might not actually have a connection. She might just be doing this as a point of just picking some random...
Well, I know, but, like, I feel like choosing this specific thing with an 18-month, like, time span as well.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if she specifically has beef with this, but she clearly doesn't care much for the companies, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we've seen how anti-industrial, like, system Morgan actually is. So, I don't know. I feel like maybe there could have been something around
There might be
this
some connection here.
Yeah. I think it's just a little bit of a peak, maybe.
Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Tack on another 183% for the birth defects. Oh, this is like a Chernobyl situation. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time.
So you think heartbreak is nothing by comparison?
So she views herself no worse than an industrial accident or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think her point is more that disasters happen every day. People die in the thousands every day. This is one person killing people once.
It doesn't match up to like natural disasters that happen all the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like more sensational, so people care about it more in comparison.
I do, especially with that little peek we got last episode. The idea that she compares herself to an accident is also interesting. Because clearly she was not loved at birth.
Perhaps that is the problem then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to.
Please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse. Keep walking, pigs. Fascists.
Fascists.
Oh, you got it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Evan B. Angry Man.
Noble owns the cops, brother. Whoa!
Squad.
Look at evil. Look at the.
I'm telling you, he is not beating the femboy allegations.
He's mog-maxing in this one. That's crazy. He's in the edit.
What? Yeah, why is he mocking so hard? I mean, they all kind of are, but I feel like he's done it
That
twice
angle
as
reminds me
hard.
of the one really bad Sasuke picture, like drawing.
Only the cops they build in their factories.
I guess I'll take a Reyes for now. Yeah, very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit?
You want me to wade into the crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong?
You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good, and they all just...
That's part of our job, Detective.
No offense, ma'am, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more than... a little more hate than... do they give prosecutor badges?
I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count?
Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open?
Look how evil. That is the most...
Come on.
What is that? She knew she was in the edit.
Yeah.
That's toxic.
This moral revelation... Oh my god. Relativism. Jesus. This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai.
Working out the thesaurus on me? I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than 1% rounding errors in the grand scheme of things.
Do you tell that to your clients?
No, but they come to appreciate it when I win.
I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried long time ago, and we all agreed to them.
I don't recall voting for it.
Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so...
Yeah, good point.
Good
We
answer.
traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, and the citizens lost. Or at least we can do is take their criticisms head on.
Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority.
Only with authority being challenged.
Yeah, but they treat us like we're the bad guys.
Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So, given any... Oh, God. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change,
So if the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do,
and if corporations and governments will trample over the people the same, regardless of their character,
and if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing,
what do you do, Adonai?
the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple.
It's not as complicated as you'd think.
In times like these,
We do our job.
In a world like this,
the only logical way to live is
the only moral way to act is
do whatever it takes
do
to
whatever
win.
it takes to win.
Freaks.
Yeah.
If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. That's crazy.
I mean, that's what she's been getting at this whole time.
Yeah.
If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul.
Oh, Emma's crazier. She's like, well, I'm already part of the state, so I'm already evil, so I might as well just go full.
Just fight with both barrels.
And trust the opposition to do the same.
Winner takes
Winner
all.
takes all.
Oh. Women.
That went hard. That went hard. Scenes like that are what I live for. That was good stuff right there.
Like,
That was
I
very
expected
good.
that from Morgan. Emma, that was nuts.
It did kind of shock me, yeah.
Gatesville Memorial Hospital. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy.
Oh,
Must
I
be
don't
due to
have
go and
access
break.
Off the devil?
Did you buy it?
No, but we share a.
Well, I'm
Steam
playing it
library.
right now.
Well, you're playing it
Well,
right now.
I know, but like I should be able to search it on my thing.
I haven't
like,
actually
I should see
accepted the
you.
GIF. I keep forgetting to do that. You can here if I accept it. Like,
When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see that they had Caduceus Executive 3, more expensive than David's, which means they most likely...
How did you do that?
You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing. Aw, poor thing.
Oh.
AJ, you missed a hard scene.
What?
It was just showing both Emma and Morgan's ideals, how they're mirroring each other, and pretty much both of them have the same opinion that there's no reason to hold back ever. It was a really good scene. You might have to go back and watch that. It was very well done.
Yeah, I want to dub that scene so fucking bad. I want like
It's a nice scene.
That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly?
Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us.
Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words. So little information. I don't think you ever gave him your name.
Haven't you heard of the Golden Rule?
Of course I have. Treat others how you'd want to be treated.
Wrong.
Hmm.
Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to, he wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help given the chance.
Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how how another person wants to be treated?
I killed them.
I just kill the ones that get wrong. There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It'll always be a gamble.
That is not a very comforting sentiment.
Well, I think it's fun.
You would.
Eh.
Only because you're good at it. Hmm. How did you get good at it?
Same as anything. Observation and practice.
You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. You're old.
Old.
A murder on the elevator.
So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door.
I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it.
Oh,
This is
Whoa.
clearly the
body.
wrong room. This is some sort of...
Oh,
I am
good
here for
lord.
this.
Hello.
Lady.
I'm in the wrong place.
Wherever you are. I'm in the right place. Keep
Yeah,
going.
no, this is the right door. What are you talking about?
I'm all alone. And it's you that I want.
Well, Evan, you weren't. You were her.
Evan, I will be fucking you.
Whoa.
Jesus, you're not wrong.
He's being,
Actually,
he's just being real.
women. Huh? Like, this is not. I've had this weird scratchy throat thing for the last couple of days. I'm not doing a lady voice
Yeah.
with this.
Or actually, wait, should Evan voice this one? I'm trying to imagine. Because you're gonna be.
never
I don't know if this person is coming in as a witness or not. So, and I know probably London is the one that's gonna do the testimony there. So I would say probably AJ should be her then. Actually,
Lady.
What vibe am I getting from her?
No way.
I'm not loving the millipede tattoo.
I don't.
I'm there for the middle. I think it brings it all
I-
together personally.
At first I thought they were like stitches, like they looked like stitch tattoos, but then I looked at it a little more. Also, the fact that you can see it through the fabric on her chest kind of implies that she's. I'm gonna stop that sentence there.
Yeah.
I think she has one of those old 2000 tank tops that are like see through, like the Hardy Boys used to wear.
I'm wondering, is that like jacket? Is this just like a transparent like jacket thing?
That
over
might
her,
be.
or like what is
Is
it?
that
so.
the
I
tier?
think it's
Is
like
that the ja-
She's got this like
Like
leather
volunteers?
poncho on.
Yeah, it's I think it's a lab coat. I think it's like a plastic
Fucking
lab coat.
shoulderless poncho.
Hold on. Oh no! I want to see this.
It's a PVC jacket, apparently.
Oh, she likes us. Oh, hi.
He's next.
Hold on.
For what?
Bullet?
There you go. This is how I imagine the
Jeez.
fucking jacket.
Going into the.
That looks like to me.
I mean, this one from my tears.
Oh, my fashion is showing.
There you go.
Oh, hi. Come on in. Don't stand out there in the
It seems like
elevator.
only some of her hand is augmented. There seems to be like
No, look at her
flesh.
elbow. Look
Yeah,
at
no,
elbow.
her elbow is Cook.
Oh, she's got a diamond thing. The claw.
The claw.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
It does look like
Oh,
skin toned underneath, though. I wonder.
Yeah, but that's probably just because it's a high quality prosthetic. If you look, it's right below the shoulder. Seems to be where it's cut
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, I see that.
I can't believe Diamond's in Cyberpunk.
The wicked
She
claw.
does look
Diamond
incredibly like Diamond. I'm
that
gonna have
jacket
to
is
call
getting-
Buggy. I'm
I'm
gonna have to call
about to
Buggy. I
Buggy
got some
robbed her.
questions.
You know what? I think Buggy gets a pass. we can,
I mean, Buggy
forgive
does
this
get a
one.
pass, but I need to ask some questions.
No, your question.
She's also a morgue tech.
Yeah.
She's a cobbler.
So
She's a bone cobbler.
I might need to ask Buggy some questions.
Yeah, the question you're gonna be asking Buggy is how much your rate, like what's your your commission prices?
Yeah.
That's your question.
I like the idea.
I mean, you're
that,
not wrong.
Did she just cobble?
Before Of the Devil was officially released, she was watching Echoes in Time.
The idea of
Like,
anyone
this
like of
is
any
cool.
importance watching Echoes in Time is crazy to me. That would be psychotic.
Did
Where
we
is
ever
it?
do
It just
the-
stopped one day. Where'd it go?
Did we ever do the "It's Coblin Time" joke?
I'm sure.
We didn't do that. We did. Well, I mean, we made the jokes.
That
but
jacket is also-
I think
that's
I
a-
did.
All right, I hear the fireworks going off. Congratulations, Eagles.
Or that was a car
The
bomb.
war is about to happen.
Could have been a car bomb. Who's to say, really?
A series of consecutive car bombs.
They just won the Super Bowl, so they need to
I do
destroy
live in an-
Philadelphia.
I do live in a primarily Irish area, so like,
Oh,
That's their
God.
celebration.
it's possible.
So I watched a history podcast.
I'm gonna be right
That's
back.
that's like a comedy history podcast, and they focus on sports a lot because both of the guys who do it love baseball and football and like generally sports, but mostly baseball. And they did an entire episode about different short stories about how Philly sports fans are absolutely insane. One of them, my favorite one. This story is very near and dear to my heart. There was a Christmas game where they had this like random dude, not paid. He like volunteered to dress up as Santa Claus and like march around the bases with a bunch of kids behind him. And I don't know. They didn't really go into detail about how or why this happened, but apparently a lot of people had batteries and they stuffed these batteries into snow because it was snowing and threw batteries at Santa Claus. And this poor guy who, again, volunteered for this, not paid, is just getting pelted by like just snowballs that are just have metal bits in them. And like this isn't even a baseball story. Like they just did that.
It's a good time.
And then there's 10-cent beer night.
Oh, that sounds deadly.
Yeah, which was just a terrible idea.
10-cent beer night, and then the event where we kill someone. Beat someone
Those
up.
are not mutually exclusive.
That's fair.
All right. Cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. Whoa. And you can see my roommates never complain.
We do love our morbid or tissue
We
areas.
love hot.
I'm here for this
So
character.
not fair that I don't get to voice this character.
I think
It's
I can
not
get
fair.
I think I
JT's
can get
punching
over
this
the
guy
girl
right now,
joke, yeah.
kicking rocks in the room
Yeah.
right now. Not fair.
Yumi Sato, medical examiner.
Japanese person, what does that mean?
They're not real. That's what I mean.
Japanese person.
Yeah.
There's not one in this audience.
You. Honorary
Sato.
Japanese
Oh,
person.
you mean okay?
what does Yumi Sato mean?
Yeah.
I mean, Yumi could be in relation to like dreams. I don't know the last name.
word for
Sato.
bow, like bow and arrow.
Yeah.
I gotta figure her design's based off of Jackie's girlfriend.
Probably.
Oh yeah, maybe.
I forget
I
her
need to
name.
play
Started
Cyberpunk
with a
again.
J. Judy? No. Judy was V's girl. Or
Josefina!
what was her name? Oh,
Dream is Yumi, isn't it? Yumi.
oh shit. What was her name? I can't remember.
Was
Yeah,
it?
I know Yume is specifically
Misty.
dreams,
It was
but, like,
Misty.
Misty.
Also, it would be with an I at the end of that same.
No, wait. Yeah, Misty was Jackie's girlfriend. I don't know why I
Oh,
thought you
Yumi
said-
is Bo. Okay.
Most proud of
Uh,
the weekly meal prep. She's bulking.
It doesn't look like
That's
she's
her
Oh,
very-
palm
walking.
reading. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is probably Misty, right?
Yeah.
Palm reading likes.
Chapter 1.
He
That's-
doesn't like ebooks.
Got a similar hairstyle too.
Also, Sato. I looked up the kanji for it. It could mean a variety of things, like intelligence, wisdom, but also like home, village, or like help and wisteria. But it depends on what kanji would be written to write her name. I only know because I have several OCs named Yumi. I had a problem. How do you have several OCs named Yumi?
It's an appealing name.
I mean,
It
yeah,
is.
it is an appealing name, but how do you have several OCs with one name?
That's
Like,
yeah,
that's what
that's
I'm
the only
wondering. That's
coincidence.
crazy.
That is fair. I feel like I couldn't do that.
Yumi.
It's like
Well,
me having,
to be
like,
fair, it could be
3
like
diamonds.
it could be like the
as
same character, but just in a different setting.
Different universe.
But I would normally just count that as the same character.
Depends. Depends how differently they go.
Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see.
Yeah, it'd be like Diamond, but in Cyberpunk, rather than like it's another version of Diamond. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. But for me, it would just be like, it's Dagor. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where he's at. It's Dagor.
You
There's a
wouldn't
lead
name him
character
like
named Yumi. It's spelled with 2 U's, and she is a book cat. Yes.
you wouldn't name like Dagor like Dan in like New York.
No, I thought about it. I had like a JoJo sheet. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
Though
We're doing this.
I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means.
Right. Oh yeah, I called him Chad Aguilar in JoJo.
Chad
That
Aguilar.
was, yeah, it was the original name I came up with was from an Elven like translation, so I was like
You saw
Dagor.
Chad?
It was like Chad something else, Cleo or something like that.
I remember I named Al's dad because I just looked up like Tolkien Elvish for father.
Yeah, I think that
What
was
was his name again? It was like
His name was Adar.
yeah, Dar.
Uh,
Dar Darkan. Dar.
Dardar.
No, don't you do that to him.
Don't you do that? Oh, you can just call me Yumi, and you're.
Okay, so Morgan knows them, but they don't know Morgan.
I'm saving this image, Carlos. Thank you.
I figured you'd like it. Morgan, I represent the deceased.
The deceased. Oh, the deceased. Asher D.
Yoon says 1-5 from the jump catch game. I didn't even know that was a
What?
game. I just I didn't know what game is it. Wait, what are they talking about? Is it up with the stream elements?
Yeah, it's for the stream elements, for the little bugs. The star, it says type ! Jump.
What your reward is,
uh,
Yoons?
If,
You get to
and-
go
and
to
you-
space.
And you get 5, I guess. I don't know what 5 is, but like.
That was evil.
Okay.
Oh my god, you can just toss them around.
Yeah, I can just throw them.
The
Where are
more
they
I look
going
at this
down?
woman's outfit, the more confused I get. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Her pant. Look at her, like her right thigh.
Are you really questioning
Bro, I think
fashion
she's
from
homeless.
2086?
No, but like,
What?
her pants aren't pants. They're like belted on. Like look at
Yeah,
her right
that's
thigh.
normal. That's
Stuff
like
like that
normal goth
before.
outfit. That's like
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
what? It's just leg belts.
That's
a
not
staple.
normal.
That is also a staple of like
Oh,
every
y-
fighting game ever.
You know what? That was like, okay, that's like light reflecting off of the leather pants. I thought that was like
Yeah.
her skin showing through.
Oh.
I was about to say.
that's like the least interesting part of her outfit.
Yeah.
God, I love her design. It
No, that's great.
scratches every itch in my brain.
Wait, really? That's weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who
I know. Weird, right?
Oh, I'm in trouble, aren't I? Well, what the hell do I know? Was getting tired of getting fired. Was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway.
What do I know? I'm getting fired.
I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to check out everything around my home.
I will.
Check me out. Where is she on the map? Is she not there?
I don't see it. She disappeared. She sunk into the
Yeah.
floor.
She went.
Are these all dead bodies?
One would hope so.
I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here.
I don't like the ones that are stored straight up. That feels weirdly
That's
undignified.
orthosil coded.
Oh, they're still going.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in of the devil right now. That's what you just
It's
said.
like mummy. Yeah.
That's
I
where he
can't
went through the
wait.
monitor.
AJ, Carla, while you were watching Kendrick, Carlos filled me in on what happened last session.
Oh,
I can't
yeah.
believe it. It's
Yeah, and then
unbelievable.
Mikos is trying to make it. Well, anyone would have done
It's
that.
not so bad.
It's not even not so bad. It's like anyone would have done that. Like fuck, fuck. Who's we? Who the fuck is we?
Did you read this one?
No. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect.
Do you only examine bodies for the police, doctor?
No, JT. I'd if I was in Cyberpunk, I'd be like, keep my body up because I don't want my ops catching me lacking.
You're category.
Yeah, just in case I do wake up, someone tries to get. I'm walking out. I'm not like laying down. That's almost like the Dracula flow bar.
It'd be the
almost.
opposite. It's like, I would say, like, leave my body laying down. I want my ops to know I'm sleeping on them.
Yeah, that's a good one. Turn my flip my casket upside down so they see my ass when I go.
Flip my casket up my ass. Like, these, like, it sounds hard, but it's pretty much just like a version of just like, I look left because you didn't do me right.
I mean, but that's Dracula flow, but like cooler.
I look up because you let me down.
I look it down because you never brought me up.
That's not like Dracula flow. That's like on a like teenage girls like folder in social studies.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying it's cooler. He'll say some random shit is fire, but also is like, what the fuck did he just say?
Yeah. Hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
Eagles
I hurt
coach
people.
apparently got dunked before the game even ended.
Yeah,
My
that's
God.
what Sam said. It was great.
Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insureds want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected? Jesus.
Yeah, suspected.
Suspected defective liver mods.
Yeah, she said that whole
Suspected-
wall of people over there is
Fucked. Suspected leaking internal bio batteries. Suspected CCIC.
evidence here. It's the Irish battery beater again.
Yeah.
He's got batteries in his blood.
Evan's pissing right now.
He's pissing.
No, I see him. He's not. He's making his way back.
Good point.
We're in the house
CCIC.
together.
Yeah, I live in his house.
The spy cams.
Climate change induced complications. Oh, fuck off.
I was a little bit
bro.
sunny today. I hope my liver doesn't.
No, yeah, best believe if they didn't want to pay for my death after that, I'm coming out of my grave to get their asses. The fuck? Hit them with the Undertaker.
You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death.
Very, very rarely.
If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased?
Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout.
Hmm.
I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill.
She's not only like she's like half mortician, half mechanic at this point.
Yeah.
I'm Buggy.
Buggy, please.
Buggy,
Put me
It's
in.
enough to,
put me in. Put me in the game.
it's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, next in chapter 3, we'll be dealing with Dr.
Homer.
Broly.
It seems like they've been rearranged.
Hello, I'm the mortician.
I'm Adam Warlock. Adam Smasher. Sorry, that's a different game.
Wait, did we get to the Broly cameo?
No, not yet.
Episode 3.
No, yeah, but come on, you gotta keep up. It's in episode 3. I
No, no,
promise.
no. They said that he would be in episode 3. They didn't say he first appears in it.
That's fair. That's fair. Good point.
True.
No, Evan, you missed it. Like, she apparently deals mainly with like insurance payouts to see like how someone died, and apparently she has to check to see if climate change led to people's liver exploding. It's a very common occurrence.
Mm.
I've come to a realization.
What's that?
The current state of my voice has put me in a unique unique position to do Duke Nukem.
You thought
So,
of that while pissing?
Yeah.
Were you just standing over the toilet like, I'm peeing on you?
Well, no, it's because of the GIF I put in. He does like a Duke Nukem voice. So, like, I can't talk right now. I'm making
In
piss. So, next character I get is Duke Nukem.
No
Take it
matter
or leave
what?
it. Yeah.
All right. I mean, guaranteed next new character is yours, and they're Duke Nukem.
It's gonna be a woman.
Does it? Well, more than likely. But like,
Look at
the
this
cast.
series. Tell me there's another man in this series.
Tell me
I
there's a man
honestly,
in this series.
I got beef with Buggy. We need some dudes.
No, I'm fine with this.
I need dudes. I need to do dude's voice.
Give
I
us
don't
more hot women, please.
I need
We-
dudes.
No, we gotta
Too
bring
bad
it back
this
to
is a Yuri
Regina,
series,
where-
dumbass. It's my domain now.
I need.
green. And I want the only other man in the series, the only other living man introduced to be London's boyfriend. Please.
Carlos?
Me, yeah.
Carlos, yeah.
Yeah, just ignoring Carlos.
No, like in
Carlos isn't real.
Oh, okay, all
Mm.
right, that's fair.
That's fair. He's a jobber.
He's
He
been
couldn't save his
returned.
wife.
He's been
That wasn't
returned
even
to
his
the
wife.
highway mines.
Beyonce.
Like, he's
Beyonce.
There's gotta be diminishing returns on productivity.
Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am?
You can't just ask someone that.
Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything. And I never do, so I submit a blank form.
and they just give you another monitor.
But I guess a while back there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it. So, boom! I get 4 new monitors every year.
That's a treat.
Do you run out of things to use them for?
Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing road work, which helps.
Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work?
Helps me use up the screens.
Rote work is a kind of a weird word. I'm surprised they used it for like monotonous or
Yeah,
like
We've seen it a couple times in here.
busy work.
I see.
Oh, we're going through his stuff now. What's this? What's this? The hospital's getting renamed. No, I guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. Is that how you pronounce it? Ikaria?
Ikaria. Yeah.
Ikaria.
Gadia.
Ikaria. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown, Plotter... You can't have the last name Plotter. There's no way. You're like... You can't live with that name. You got Harry Plotter. The boy who planted... Come to reap.
No, the man who planned a downfall. The plotter. That's a Batman villain.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
just reminded me of one of your favorite dumb quotes, or
What's
one of
that?
my favorite dumb quotes of yours. I
What's
can't
that?
even remember the context. You said you can't go there dressed like that and expect to leave alive.
What was it? What was it? The context?
I don't remember. I just like once in a while I go through dumb quotes when I need a laugh, and I saw that.
You can't go there and expect to leave alive. How old was it?
A few months. I remember I'm the one who wrote it, so I know I was there.
The Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex, in recognition of the family's incredible generous donations over the last several years. Okay, so they... Okay.
You're very good at donating.
So they're
Icaria.
So this hospital was named after them, but they're changing it now, even after all the donations? It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it back. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding,
you can just say Icaria.
Ikaria.
Oh, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. After
Yeah,
the founding of
It's gonna make
Renogen,
me mad every time you say it. Anyway.
after the founding of Renogen, I think it would be Renogen, like
Probably.
Renegade. Medical over 25 years ago, and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of their business world and into upper echelons of society. I'm getting. Are these the Scrunglows for the next case?
Yeah,
The,
probably.
huh? The Glemgores?
I think this seems like
Red Decade.
because I feel like I don't know why maybe it's Apollo Justice that got the trend in my head, but I always feel like Case 2 always seems like a good one to have an organized crime plot introduced. So I feel.
What's the Red Decade?
Oh, well, we'll get that. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah. After the founding of Renogen Medical over 25 years ago and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society that are sometimes mockingly referred to as neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economic in the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renogen board member Mire?
Yeah.
Mirai.
That means future, I think. No, Mirai is future.
Mirai is future.
That might be a still play on the name.
Also, Ray just means beautiful, and I think me is
Means my in Spanish.
Sammy, Renogen board member Mario Ikaria had this to say.
pretty beautiful.
You know, this I can't. Anyone can can make a name for themselves so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth that's a crazy press statement to say mock the new money. but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones uncomfortable with that are we're working hard to print out the rest of your article, character by character. It's tough work, but we'd be able to get it a lot faster if you'd leave a tip. Want to drop your payment info into the jar?
Are you telling me that you cut that off on purpose? You're uncomfortable with that are...
Whoa.
And the only ones uncomfortable with that are losers.
Losers.
The poor.
The Ikaria family. Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever to get themselves,
What they want.
It
What
sounded
they want,
more
Carla.
like, is it just
Image.
hospitals that they're handling? Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, yeah. Extremely wrong I was, Yoda said.
Well,
No, it's not
like
just
Cody.
hospitals. They're doing a lot of stuff, so I think it's
Yeah.
just they're trying
New
to,
image.
New image.
because they are heavily associated with crime and what, so it might be that they're trying to get away from that.
Crime.
All the neo-ability are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. So I guess neo-ability, they have a bit of
The
a
new
stigma
abilities.
against it just because they're like the most like rich class that's profiting off of how destroyed the world is.
By the way, Mirai, I looked up the name conjugation. Me would mean beauty, and then they could mean like ringing, like the sound of like jewels kind of tingling, if that makes sense. Like if you hit a jewel against something, it makes like a pinging sound. So beautiful ringing is probably what it's referencing there, but it could also mean translucent or clear.
Rock hitting.
Beautiful rock sound is basically what that name means.
That's my cyberpunk like caveman like name like smash rock.
Beautiful rock sounds is fucking.
Yeah, slang term for how do you pronounce this? I always see this word, but I always not sure how. Nouveau rich.
Nouveau. It's French.
Nouveau
Nouveau riche.
Nouveau riche, new money. Families that arose in the second half of the 21st century in global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility or even as a second estate that administers global power alongside the first governments and the third corporations. Why are nobility who are nobility families? How to marry into wealth. Define nueve.
How to marry into wealth.
How to get money. But that must go double for the Icarias. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors.
Anywhere close.
He's finishing up over there.
Right, okay. So, what's up?
Calm down, Yuns. I know it's scary. French are scary, but we gotta... They're here, and we need to deal with them.
We have to destroy them.
Don't let them know you're afraid. They can smell it.
Don't let me know you're afraid.
Oh, thanks for your time. Dr. Sato, my first question would be...
What was the cause of death?
Oh, wow. Hi there, cute android. Didn't even realize it was... really cute. The skin is... that's remarkable.
Oh, no.
We're just looking close. You can tell they really are warm.
Oh.
Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flush. Felt like they were always running a fever. They ran like it too.
It's like synths.
Yeah.
The synths. Yeah.
Oh my god.
How is that muscle man?
That's what he sounds like in the scene.
Oh my god.
Oh no,
I love-
bro.
I love the edits over it. It's like fucking the stupidest shit ever. And oh my god.
Oh my god.
And it's fucking Mordecai and Twilight Sparkle on the damn painting.
My voice has two modes right now. Apparently, there's Duke Nukem and Muscle Man.
Dude,
Oh my god.
Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted...
Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency.
Right. So what can I tell you? Sorry, the beast was coming.
The beast escaped. Were you able to determine the cause of death?
Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out at last. At least.
Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring?
Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure.
He stopped breathing. Yeah, we got that part.
Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central
So
nervous
it was a
system.
nerve thing that happened.
Yeah, nerve agent.
What would do
Not
that?
necessarily. What they're saying is the nervous system shut down because the brain
Oh,
stopped
okay, I
getting blood
yeah.
flow.
I thought they were saying because the lung shut down because of a nerve problem.
No. They were saying lung shut down and that caused a nerve problem.
Okay, so it was mainly just a respiratory poison of some
Yeah.
kind.
No blood flow. No nothing.
Yeah, without the oxygen, the heart can't pump blood, which means then, slowly it causes other
Brain.
problems.
Maybe it was the Joker with him. He got gassed.
Bats. He laughed himself to
No,
death.
that's not
Also-
how that's supposed to work.
It probably would have been agonizing.
Yeah,
I
This is not a peaceful way to go.
He said, "Damn, that shit's hitting."
Asphyxiating sucks, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what the
yeah. Who is that? Who is that on Hot Ones again? Who is that from?
That was Idris
God,
Elba.
That was Idris Elba. You're right.
Alba?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was Idris Elba. What the
Okay. What the fuck? And then he's looking at him like,
I don't know why they continued the show. I don't think they're ever gonna hit like a peak past that
no,
reaction.
Shaq was pretty good.
Shaq
Oh,
was
God.
Shaq's was a pretty good. Like, ooh.
He said, he's like, Kansas. Oh, I'm sorry, Kansas. I apologize, Kansas. It got me. It got me. He had a fucking gallon of milk. He had a gallon of milk with him. He brought.
Oh god,
That was probably
my
like
favorite
a snack.
episode. My favorite episode of Hot Ones will forever be Josh Brolin. He's just so funny.
What happened to him?
He was like going through it with the wings, and he does like he's just having a great time with and like vibing with the host. And at one point he goes, I might need you to spoon me after this."
Like in the Thanos voice.
Yeah.
Spoon.
I love Josh Brolin. He's just like, watch all his interviews. He's so funny.
I can't remember who I saw eat wings, but they were like, "I'm gonna beat your ass after this." I can't. Whoever. Ooh.
I like the idea that you sign up for Hot Ones and your reaction is like, "These are hot wings. I'm gonna kill you."
Yeah, it was like I think it was like implied that like I didn't think they were gonna be the. I can't remember who it was. I need to find it though. It was funny. I'm gonna hurt you.
What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like?
Like this.
She just dies in front of her. What just happened?
And then she pops back up and like something like that.
Oh my god!
Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest.
Live react. Dog.
Oh.
Reports show that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation.
So they tried funneling oxygen into
Repeatedly.
him, and that didn't work. And then they tried to
Multiple times, yeah.
And then they tried defibrillating.
Mhm.
Which is not how it works.
By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late.
They even have something for that still.
They had one of them androids in there, pumping them full of fake blood.
But you're
And you're
not
certain of
allowed.
all this.
Oh, well, most of it, sweetie.
What do you mean, most of it?
I just get paid.
Aid. Most of it.
Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with.
A puzzle, you say?
Yeah, fucking
Hello?
Leighton.
Allow me to step
Cybernetic
in.
Leighton.
Dun, 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 dun.
That'd be
I-
horrifying seeing
I killed
cybernetic
him.
Leighton.
I have a puzzle, Miss Morgan. How fast can you run away from me before I catch you?
Miss Morgan, here's a question.
I
Will
have a
you
puzzle
live
for
to see
you.
tomorrow?
I have a puzzle for you, Miss
Are you
Morgan.
free tonight?
Would you like to go down on the Leighton train?
Let me
Can
break
you
it down
identify
for
who Heartbreak is?
you. You need a hint coin, Miss Morgan? Look nervous.
Miss Morgan, can I have a piece of that?
That Kit Kat bar?
No, that diabolical box.
No.
You made it up.
You
You made it up.
Professor Layton in a diabolical box.
Professor Layton, the
No.
diabolical head.
That diabolical head.
If there was one person to do it.
Hmm.
Diabolical.
I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show.
Nanomachines?
Biomonitor is a general use term for wearable technology or implemented mods that monitor or provide feedback on. Okay, so there is this in.
There is
this world.
technology for that.
Commonplace
he
among
just,
the affluent as an additional layer of security. Biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysis point to anxieties about the climate pollution and the stresses of modern life as to why adoption of biomonitors has met resistance with medium-wage earners. If one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs.
Oh,
makes
so
sense.
even if you don't want them, if you're incarcerated or
Bottle and
Well, that
Yeah,
makes
man.
sense. It's just a way to like track them.
Yeah. Yeah, like imagine you have cancer, you have cancer, you have cancer every day.
See you at work.
You have AIDS, you have AIDS.
That'd be cool. Like
Okay.
you're walking down the street with like your biomonitor. It's like your testicles will explode in 10 seconds. What? What? I feel fine.
How that works? Like, what am I supposed to do?
What kind of saw trap is this?
Why is Carlos squanched?
Squanched.
What do you mean? When did I get squanched?
In the emote.
Oh, that. Oh,
the
that.
flat one.
Yeah, that's me if like Mario jumps on my head.
Imagine like there's the next Saw movie. Jigsaw's just like, all your life you've had 2 testicles. What?
What?
thought you were going
And then
with
the
the
music just
swan.
starts playing, and like nothing's happening. We're like, what do I do? What's the challenge?
Please don't take my
He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Oh, okay. His body, he just wasn't. They mentioned that in the first, in the demo. Oh, it's black and white.
In memoriam.
It's that's the photo you use when I'm buried. AJ.
Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion.
Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises?
Oh, you don't want me to answer that question.
God.
No injection sites, nothing in any cavities.
Nothing
I
at all.
noticed it. I noticed it earlier, but the text sound is different for every character.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
It's slightly different for every character. So like even if I've got my eyes closed, I can tell who's saying a line.
Huh, I didn't
Also,
notice that.
I didn't realize that she had like chain link earrings too. I didn't. That's got to be like a hazard. That's way too long. You can't be walking
Actual
around
weight.
with this.
Actual weight.
And that's like a
Well,
claw
I mean, her hair
on the
is
other
long
one,
too.
or something. Like, what is that? Is that a lock?
Man. Lady.
Man, lady.
Lady.
Piercings freak me out. I can't understand piercings
I get it.
because it's not just like an easy thing. Like you gotta like constantly upkeep that thing. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna put this like in my body and I'm gonna like pierce it with metal and I'm gonna pray it doesn't get infected. That freaks me out. I don't like it.
Fun fact also, piercings are completely unsafe to have anywhere other than the earlobes.
I would imagine it's just an
Really?
open wound.
Well, yeah, because it's an open wound. Though it will heal around the
The
piercing, like,
Mhm.
but also having a piercing in disrupts the body's natural flow of like, I don't want to say
Blood,
energy, but like blood and like upkeep, right? And that delicate balance can cause mood shifts, like very like significant mood shifts. It's why anytime somebody gets a piercing, you're told like, do not leave this in overnight. Because if you leave it in for too long, you can start to become like erratic.
What is this? Like
Monster.
biological Taoism?
No, it's more just like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like pressure points basically.
Acupuncture?
Yeah, imagine like having a needle in your body at all times.
I guess that
Eventually,
is
you're just gonna
kinda-
get irritated, right?
That is kind of your body's feng shui, isn't it? It's the flow of energy in your body. That was a joke, but I think it fits.
It actually does. I had a professor at one point who was an acupuncturist, and also like a medical doctor. And he was like, "Yeah, no, you can't leave that in. It's why I don't recommend people getting piercings anywhere other than the earlobes, and also avoid tattoos,
Don't do it.
because the ink can become an irritant in the skin." And he had to treat a bunch of patients for complications regarding tattoos.
I am
Just
of the opinion I don't trust acupuncturists if they don't walk around with needles in them at all times. I don't believe them.
Like Pinhead?
Yes, I need them to be dedicated to their craft. If they're putting needles in me, I want needles in them.
They have to. They have to.
I think they should live by what they preach.
We have such sights to show you. Make an appointment.
Just think about this. The greatest key warrior, Tien, has no
Shinon.
piercings, no no tattoos.
He just has a
look at him.
third eye.
Yeah, but he's human, so
Nothing at all, huh?
nothing at all.
The police mentioned a talk screen.
They lied.
I just didn't do it.
Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a talk screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnosis intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the talk screen gave them nothing.
A test performed on David Asher when he arrived at Gatesfield Memorial Hospital to determine what, if any, illicit substances were in his body. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time.
After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing.
That detected nothing else?
Nothing.
I feel like they would be able to detect at least if something was there, but not identify what it is. That's...
N-O-T Hing. Nothing.
Nothing?
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 Give him a pizza with
Give it-
nothing.
Cheese with nothing.
Get him a cheese with
Nothing?
None? Nothing?
I love
Can't
that so much.
No, hold my tomato sauce.
Oh, the crust. Hey, Jimmy, get him a cheese with nothing.
None?
I love that.
And then Jimmy cooked up God's gift to snacks, a cheese stick.
cheese stick. Because
not
he
wrong.
just got
You're-
a cheese
you're
stick
not
and put
wrong.
it.
Dude, listen, there's something primarily
Delectable.
satisfying about
Yeah.
a cheese stick.
It really is.
I do like
it,
cheese
It
sticks.
got me
Just
when
I
I
string
have
was
some in
cheese.
my fridge right now.
They can't live there. They know I'm near.
Yeah.
Anytime I see my anytime I see my nephew with a stick of cheese, I'm like, I could beat him to take that. I could take that. from him.
Sometimes he thinks that
Why?
when he's not even holding a cheese stick. He just thinks,
Yeah, I'm just like, you deserve a walloping. No reason.
Owl, no more acupuncture. Talk about cheese sticks, please.
Yeah,
Or
talk
you
about
will be banned from-
cheese point.
Talk about cheese coin? Is that a new is
No,
it
cheese
NFT?
point.
Oh, cheese points. Okay. Yeah, no more G points. Only. Why even a stick? And the same's on a different level, but like we're
Yeah, he has a ball.
not a we're not part of the Ikaria family like you. Give me the cheese with nothing. You're the guy who orders the cheese with nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing?
You're that kid in the commercial from the 80s.
you're still alive.
It's not that weird that he'd still be alive.
No, but they're like, you think you would die from all that cholesterol?
Well, that's fair, yeah. So, were you forced to conclude that this was a natural death?
I didn't give up that easy. Fentanyl poison. I took blood samples. Yeah, old earth rock that I smoke till this day. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before.
What was it? Some kind of exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? Salt.
Salt. I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to. And even a few I only sort of have access through on some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound.
Okay, probably not salt then.
It is salt still. No one uses it.
Sodium chloride.
It's salt, dude. The only thing in his system
Salt.
was Don Julio.
Yeah. Made him act with Julio and died.
Just the idea that they don't have Don Julio on record and in the middle of the trial, it's like, stop, we found this in the basement. It's just a Don Julio bottle. What is it? So a designer drug. Huh.
It seems to be the best explanation.
What the hell did you do, David? Like it's like his
He's like,
fault.
what did I do?
I'm
What-
dead.
how is this my fault? You thought I went, you know what, since the guest is here, might as well try this experimental drug.
Let me try some fent. I got company. We bring out the fine rocks.
Chemical compound.
The fine rocks.
Sorry. You said it didn't match any registered compound? What about compounds that aren't registered?
How the hell should I know?
She's hitting them with it. Look.
She's looking right at Morgan too. Like,
Yeah, it's like unregistered.
What do you think, Adonai?
those friends of yours, private sector folks.
Yeah, in the pharmaceuticals.
Only one of them painted a new compound, a new drug. What would keep its formula from going on the record? Or what would
In the
keep its formula
private-
from going on the record?
In the private sector, intellectual privacy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively.
Patent first, find a use later.
Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record.
Smart, using international IP law as your own personal minefield.
She's still hitting it. Okay.
How so?
But whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know that you came up with the idea years ago, and that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger, they could punch back, but for the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do with quality mistakes. I'm gonna say I made it
Fine.
years ago. Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary.
I'm not a corporate lawyer.
Sound like one. So you came up with that strategy just now?
Yeah.
So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospital could have easily identified.
If it wasn't considered a trade secret.
Yeah, yes.
Wait,
Unfortunately, that is a possibility.
you mean to tell me the bad guy's capitalism?
What?
Yes.
Oh, darn.
No.
I don't understand. That's never a cyberpunk story. Cyberpunk is about friendship.
It's about the future. It's
Why does it
now.
look like Morgan's holding Sarah's hand?
It does look like she's
Kinda
holding
does,
her
yeah.
hand, yeah.
Because she is. Can
No,
I
she
just
isn't.
live in that world?
No, she ain't.
No, not yet. No,
She's placing
she
a
ain't.
bomb on the back of her head right now. Still, just because a new drug is new doesn't mean it's original.
Does the effect that this compound had... Wait, oh my god, hold on. Give me a...
Like, the bomb worked.
There we go. Hi, sorry. Does the effect this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance. One you might know by another name, but with a patented structure.
Yeah, it could be Obama trauma.
It could be Goosebump.
It could be that Scooby Dooby.
Here, do a goosebump.
Do a goosebump. Sorry, sweetheart. It's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places.
It can be Don Julio.
Yeah.
If the effect was
I hear it makes you
unremarkable,
act the foolio.
It did more than that for me.
what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body, all told?
Is this drug pretty strong? I'll take it.
Yeah, like David Asher's like, I might live this, but this drug is pretty strong. How strong? No.
No! Just the idea that cyberpunk is happening, but then just Goku pops out of nowhere. Not precisely. No, not without detailed knowledge on its half-life. But I'd guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams.
Is 20 milligrams a lot?
Not for a medicine, so this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then.
No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system.
Jesus.
Thank you.
Of course. So,
Lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m., declared dead at 8:25 p.m. in the ICU. Redacted. Presiding. Cause of death, respiratory failure, unknown substance detected in bloodstream, approximately 20 milligrams total.
I said 18.
The loud, curling handwriting at the bottom of the document reads, "What the hell is talk screen? Send attending physician back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare."
I'm assuming they corrected the 18 milligrams.
Yeah.
Of course. So, you ready to view it?
Huh?
We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morgue day.
I like they hit us with those Signalis cut screens every now and then.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah. I'm thinking I'm back.
Or those mouth-washing cut screens.
yeah. Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm back. She's looking at the corpse of her friend.
I'm thinking I'm back. It's crazy. Okay then, let's get started.
What if it, like, Welcome to the Jungle starts playing as he gets lowered down from the ceiling?
Yeah, he got the he paid extra for this.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. He requested this in his will.
Let's see.
Oh. All right, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy.
Oh, we're stealing it.
I think I'm about
The
to
whole
start.
body. Wait, I'm
Yes,
gonna eat the
please.
whole thing.
Thank you. Last time we talked was on Sunday. You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. And it came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right. It was obvious.
What is she, a cat? I just want to know what it feels like to break it.
I should have let you have that one.
I thought that he would look different.
Hmm?
But he looks exactly the same as I remember.
He's like blood eagled on the wall. He's like all the
Just
skin
like
is
I
removed.
remembered him. He's decapitated.
His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands.
You were expecting something more drastic.
The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled, and he told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder. But I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why was I created to not be capable?
Could it be an issue of skill?
Skill issue.
Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there, I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least.
Excuse me.
That was London in the closet.
Going
my
to
bad.
smoke? Here? Now?
No, that was just Evan doing Foley work for Morgan.
Yeah.
Fuck. I'll pay the fine.
That's not the issue.
Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio.
And some don't grieve at all, it seems.
I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint.
That's fine.
The hell? What the hell won't this thing light?
I don't know.
God.
You have your cigarette backwards.
They pulled the
Hey,
Jo-
acting.
They pulled the JoJo. They pulled the
Uh.
Lisa.
Mm-hmm. How'd you fuck up that badly? You didn't realize you were smoking the wrong end.
You.
You idiot.
No, show us the
Douche.
body.
Yeah, no, that was good. I like that. It might show me later. If not at all.
I
it's
doubt
fine
it.
still. Yeah, I was about to say, it's more of the symbolism.
If we didn't see it now, we're not going to see it.
Yeah, they're like, actually, we forgot to show you. He's splattered off. Like, it's just like a bug on a windshield. It's awful. Like, how did this is just poisoning.
All right, that's back into cold storage for him. So, need anything else?
Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated?
No. Sure, for what it's worth, let me just...
Is this just a weird way of getting my number?
Yeah. It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, and hexagonal structures. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. Is this the robot blood?
Ooh, could be.
Did that guy who got the blood transfusion just like die immediately after that transfusion happened?
Maybe.
You
Like
know,
it did save him for a bit, but then he just like it just didn't take.
Maybe.
yeah.
Be a bit.
It lasts just long enough to like get you organic blood pumped into you.
Yeah. Like you're not supposed to have that, but then there wasn't any needle marks or any way of getting that into his system. It looks like
They would have seen it.
unless just
Oh, wow.
unless like
Consuming it may be lethal.
digestion might be different. So
Mm.
wait, was the person he was dining with like an android and just like it's like, hey, can you go grab me something? And just like, like pricks his finger, like an unidentified substance found in the bloodstream of David Asher after his death has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug. No additional traces found anywhere at the crime scene or in David's penthouse.
I like the android blood theory.
Yeah, it seems to be a common, like, something of importance for the case at the very least. He was looking at it over dinner. He was... like, maybe he was meeting with the soldier or something.
He's like, yeah, we can't have you do that.
If he was injured enough to need a blood transfusion, he might have gotten taken out of combat. But, and if you had to speculate on its intended use based on what we know of its structure?
Well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to a receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitters reuptake.
Depressants are pretty rare in the designer's drug scene.
True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience.
No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time.
He was just geeking on melatonin.
Yeah.
Terminal.
Hey, isn't that like expired? No, that's from like 2005. Nah, it's fine.
That's a
I'm
real
geeking
day.
on elixir.
That's like as old as my grandpa.
That's fine.
Hey, anything you need, give me a ring.
That's very generous.
Rockford's orders have got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend.
Glad to hear it.
Goodbye, Yumi.
Just think, at this point, we're already playing Dungeons and Dragons in the retirement home.
Yeah. I roll
Fuck
for
retirement home. I'm hoping I'm dead.
And goodbye to you, Greenie.
I rolled to applesauce.
Am I Omer again?
I'm rolling to shit my pants.
I'm Omer. I'll eat you.
Critical success.
Mr. AJ.
Yeah,
please-
no. I was about to say, if I'm Omer, I'd probably die from trying to. I'd fucking have a cardiac
You
arrest.
cough up a lung.
And goodbye to you, Greenie.
My name is Sarah.
Nice to meet you, Sarah.
Greenie. Flag first.
Up on the ramps and down off ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. The buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lock On, Ethos, Neath. Each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Well-
LockCon is a really good name for a cyberpunk company.
Yeah, I think that was
Lock-In.
I think that's the gun manufacturer. I think they're the ones who... Were they the ones that made the revolver in the first chapter?
I
or
don't
was that
think so.
They might have just owned the gun store in
Yeah.
the chapter.
They like bought it off years ago. Well, no, the military did. bought
Lock
it
On.
off.
Was Lock On the gun store?
I think it was.
Okay.
I know the revolver was the
It was like
The
a Smith
company
and
that-
Wesson knockoff.
and then like a military company bought it out.
Mhm.
Whalefall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful.
Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that?
Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry.
My favorite candy is Swedish fish.
As I walk through the valley of death. That's what's happening right now.
It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers that never get to browsing the company website or speaking to a representative.
Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there?
Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to.
History.
Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy
Obfuscation.
I can't pronounce it. Obfuscation.
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 They're
will-
using a lot of fancy words. That means
It's,
obfu. I know what
smoke
it
and
means.
mirrors.
It's just hard
It's a
to-
VTM. It's a VTM power.
Obfuscation.
Obfuscation.
Obtuse.
How do I know my father?
How did you know it?
Oh, how did you know my father?
I don't know.
How did I know my father? I don't fucking know.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt your brooding?
No. What did you ask?
My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like?
Can't you just scroll through our socials?
Father avoided social media,
I was about to say, you know that.
and your online presence is not significant.
You saying I don't have enough followers?
Essentially.
We went to the same college.
You studied programming?
No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology.
Is that a good way to prepare for law school?
I wasn't preparing for law school,
Nah, class.
or anything else, really.
Huh?
David, though, he had a talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with programming. He studied robotics, discrete math, cybernetics.
What classes did you share then?
Public speaking. Oh, okay.
Business.
Business ethics.
Hmm?
I was the second best student in the class, and he
Was the first.
was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging.
Emma was 100% the first.
You stupid Emma Rockford. We better get a college case, I swear to God. I want to see the college case.
Emma.
Yeah, David's like, Morgan did not steal my fucking lunch money.
I like how he sounds like Squilliam in your head.
It's Miles.
She ruined my robot journal.
I did not. I killed the robot journal instead.
He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help.
Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance.
What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball?
You weren't?
One Sunday night, he knocked on my door, all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for his tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though, wanted to cram the rest of the night.
Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm?
Did I say something scandalous?
He's so smart.
Well, he's been called the founder of modern programming.
Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. Wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him.
You stole a controlled substance? Just to help him with studying?
No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast, because the taste is so strong. Is this cocaine?
Cocainer?
Oh, I'm so high. Oh,
I'm tripping.
Oh fuck! I see.
Morgan,
sound.
Morgan, I believe I'm geeked.
This is how he continued on. If she told him the truth now, all the programming would just shut down. Now it changes everything.
Morgan, I'm drunk now.
I drink till I drunk. I smoke till I'm high.
I'm acting a
think
foolio.
You weren't geeking from the start.
You gave him a placebo?
Well, I cut some Fenton, but he already knew the
Okay, well,
He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes, just until it kicked in. She was gonna be like, I'm gonna be your guide, your like designated driver.
Yeah.
and the test?
B+, I think.
I'm surprised Father stayed close with you after that.
Because of that single experience, Sarah now has a hidden Vicodin dispenser, like a literally like a Pez thing. Like you twist her neck up.
You stole and lied to him.
I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell it out for them. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming.
Oh, no shit.
Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published his paper.
The Turing Solution. A framework for programming adaptive language heuristics.
One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but
But it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since.
well, don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend, asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate.
What did you tell him?
Don't call me.
Who are you?
I don't remember telling him anything, actually.
Who is this?
Who is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly.
A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice.
Some people just need to be heard.
He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day, and attended corporate training at night.
The cyberpunk lawyer one.
And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early.
You were referring to his one-point doctrine.
Quality over quantity.
Simple and elegant, just like his code.
Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously, they got over their distaste fast enough. In a span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for a meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money, hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put down a down payment on my apartment.
Oh.
Then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes.
Yeah. He said, fuck that.
So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were in fact friends?
I am. But, Adonai, the favor that you what was it for?
No.
That's private, understand?
I want to know that.
I have zero interest in talking about it with you.
I'm dying to know.
It's to die
like-
for.
It's like, it has to do with some killing and shit. Like she got caught or something.
Yeah, he probably covered for a murder she did on camera, like erase the footage or something.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That, or maybe he asked her to kill someone
Kill
for
someone.
him.
Yeah, but that wouldn't make
Well,
sense.
he
if-
wouldn't.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that wouldn't be his favor then. Yeah, it would be her favor.
Well, actually, no.
I
If he asked her to kill someone, then yeah.
That would be
If
a
she
favor for her.
Mhm.
Or,
if she didn't want to kill that person, that's a risk to her to kill that person he wants dead. So
Yeah.
okay, yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. So
Yes, probably. She may have
Yeah.
just about to been caught and he erased. the
He
footage
said,
for her.
I got you, big girl, but you owe me.
say you understand.
I don't.
I understand, Adonai.
Good.
We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead?
No.
Just tell them that David's a lawyer is here.
2086, baby.
Electronics Northeastern HQ. Sub lobby A8.
Sub.
Like Paradise Killer.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it does look like Paradise Killer.
I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me. Folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints.
Who would win, fucking Edgeworth or her, and the amount of dialogue about criticizing shit? Jesus.
You put Edgeworth and Morgan next to each other, neither of them are happy. They're just gonna...
The real answer is Echo. From
yeah.
Labs.
No, he'd be too he'd be
someone who
complimenting
could do
stuff.
something. Yeah,
It'd
someone who could do anything though.
Oh, you mean like in the courtrooms, right? Or do you mean
No,
like...
I just meant in thought.
Complaining
Like,
competition.
Oh, complaining. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
complaining, not uselessness competition.
Yeah, no, they would hate each other. Yeah, no, because like Echo would just be like, "Oh my god, this table, it's mahogany."
It's not even mahogany. It's future tech.
Also, hey, Pixel. I didn't say hi before, but good to see you.
Pixel.
Pickled. Yeah, pixeled toast.
Pickled toast.
Pickled
Oh
toast.
my god.
Ew.
I'm gonna be right back.
Ugh.
That's a really bad threat. You're just gonna say you're gonna pickle someone? Like you get put in a jar?
Pickle your toast.
No. No, I don't like the idea of being pickled.
You're gonna get pickled. You're gonna like it.
Brine away in a jar? Yeah, exactly.
That would be so dehydrating. You actually die from dehydration.
I'd probably just
That's
drown.
not-
I think you drown
Yeah,
before
you
any of that
No,
happens.
well,
in
I'm
the
assuming your
brine.
head's not below the brine.
Help! I'm getting brine.
The greatest
I'm
minds.
brining my shit.
Hero brine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
The greatest minds of each generation coming together. Just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. I guess Evan, take over for Sarah.
Adonai, is something bothering you?
Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. I don't think it will. I think you'll get more mad.
Chips. The chips. She just wants some gambling chips, that's all.
Any secrets? Is Hero Brian here?
Is a hint coin around? Come and do God.
I think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made.
It's really quite
Complex.
simple.
Yeah.
Then we would have a new murder mystery, quality mistakes, and the pickled toast. Yes.
The pickled
Imagine
toast.
you're playing like a completely straight, like normal, like noir detective game, and you walk into a room and someone's just in a pickle, like a giant pickle jar, and like as like the opener case. That's psychotic.
And, like, I don't even know what you would expect. Like, normalcy was like, okay, maybe something else is going on.
Yeah, detective, this dude got pickled.
What?
Yeah,
Look at Brian over
Stop
here.
spoiling the next Somnium Files game.
You'll have a dream about pickles, and then the entire game will be about how the pickler.
The duality of pickles.
The man pickler.
the pickler.
The pickler.
Pickled me this.
Pickle me. That's-
Batman. What is green?
That's what was happening to O3 He's getting pickled.
That's awful. I'll fucking help. Just let me out of this pickle jar.
Pickle me this, detective.
Pickle me.
What's long and hard and as
Come in the middle.
No.
A penis. No, it was
No.
a cucumber.
No, that's a cucumber.
It really pickles the brain, doesn't it? I want the pickle serial killer now. I think it's so lame.
It seems like you're in a pickle.
Oh yeah, I don't think it. That's free.
It's free. It seems like you're in a pickle. Long as come.
Let me pick your brain a bit.
Let me pickle.
This.
Have you ever played pickleball?
I'm the pickler, baby.
My new favorite Batman villain.
The pickle.
The pickler.
It's like it was carved out of the rock. Carved out of the rock by waves. Like it's always been here.
Chrome Zone versus the pickler. Who wins?
Chrome Zone.
Yeah, I
Chrome
think
Zone sweep.
Chrome Zone wins for sure.
Okay, but the pickler versus the typo.
I think that's a pickler win.
Yeah.
That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere.
What about the pickler versus the noun verber?
Noun Verber has so much potential. I can't even.
Yeah,
like, it's not fair.
you can't. That's
It's
too
not fair to
much.
match them up.
It's like Fushiguro is like it's potential man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here?
They died.
Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in.
What?
I'm kidding. I don't have a better explanation.
They killed them.
They get them. They changed the logo again.
Noble Electronics.
EA.
How's it feel stepping in
EA
here?
Sports.
Is this some kind of religious experience for you?
It's just the corporation where my father worked.
Careful now, they'll burn you for heresy against the company.
You said it again. The company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you?
So it can't obey simple orders, but it can't pick up on that?
She knows
It's
you play
just a part
legal
of the-
company.
Is it just a part of the corporate culture?
Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is, one of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them.
Disney.
You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, the logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable and at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Thanks, Morgan. I'm always happy with these conversations we have.
It makes it
You're a
feel like
psychopath.
I'm alive.
You're the
Like-
noun verber.
You're the noun verb.
Heartbreak killer is a noun verber.
Yeah?
But they don't exist anymore. Gone.
So much energy. So many people. Also intent.
You kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty.
But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays?
All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess.
All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing?
Making work for themselves.
You can be very cynical, can't you?
Yeah, I'm
You
terrible.
only just noticed.
But that guy over there, that's just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority.
Goddamn authority.
My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish.
It's gonna be a model.
Okay, this is gonna be Duke Nukem. No matter what.
Morgan.
Jesus.
That Yuchi?
That is a twink.
That's
That's Yuchi.
God,
Morgan.
Oh my
That's
god,
like-
you're right.
that looks like a mix between Persona 3 and Persona
Yeah.
4's protagonist.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're right. That is like Yu Narukami and Mr. Persona 3.
It's like they fused. It's crazy.
And he's Duke Nukem now.
Yeah, that's him.
Dude,
Where
his
am I?
His
hands look,
fingers.
his fans they look all like cut up.
No, that's
tech.
yeah, it's a prosthetic.
Yeah, he's got.
It's likely a mod at least, but he might be. It might just be something he's wearing.
I can't feel my hands.
Oh yeah, I guess yeah.
MP3.
That's me.
Hey there, Android Manufacturing Quality Control Eastern Division.
Evan Dawes. Oh, there we go.
Perfect.
That's you.
August 1st, 189 centimeters. Chief Supervisor, Android Manufacturing Quality Control. Likes hammocks, calligraphy, pale ale. Dislikes first
Ew.
dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his handshake. Struggles solving captchas.
He's not a real person.
Hair starting to gray.
That's you though, Evan.
Starting to gray. He looks
I'm
like
not a
a
real
child.
person.
Yeah. He looks
Well,
like
he's
a
working
youngin'.
for the company, so
Yeah, maybe he's that stressed.
Look at those eye bags. Jesus Christ.
He's
he
going
works
through
for
it.
the company. Evan.
Evan Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy?
You seem familiar. Have you? I lost the voice there for a second.
god.
I'm David's lawyer.
Oh, then we must have.
Apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now.
Fuck.
As if it's a proper noun.
Dude is not built like he's 62 and 160 pounds. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me.
You're welcome. But it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, the workloads in QI are... Never mind. How can I assist you?
Shortly before his passing, Dr. Assure began the process of registering this android.
Yes, that is correct.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job.
Look at that.
Hmm?
It's definitely custom.
Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert.
Warm, it goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defect. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place.
Not far, I hope.
It's in the building,
Look at him.
which doesn't necessarily mean it's not far.
It's in the building. 5 billion stories up.
In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike.
There you go, Evan.
The production line on B9 should have everything we need.
You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters.
It's all one building. B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many in and what shape or size, then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made.
They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests. Smart. So as long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets.
No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. These are very non-Duke lines. It's hard to deliver them.
Well,
with
this is
Duke's
the promise you
gravitas.
made.
This is a corporate man. Corporate Duke.
No kidding.
fix.
There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. Who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way.
I'm gonna break some hearts.
It's gonna kill. It's gonna
It's
be
heartbreaking time.
Heartbreak.
It's still the same day. Jesus.
Like Saturnalis.
Yeah, it is. 3 days. 3 days.
Oh wow.
Model employee.
Model employee.
Model employee.
I could see myself dying in a fist fight here.
Press H.
Oh, that's what,
Are we
what
back
our
on the
worst
ideal?
It never
Jack's
it
thing?
never turns off. When
No,
you
yeah, I
see an
get it.
ideal place to die, it comes to your brain instantly.
Carlos, I want the full image.
No,
Just
this is
press
where
H.
some mook gets shot, like
can't call
by the
him that.
main character.
You can't call him that. Some gooner.
Yeah, some goon.
Oh,
Well,
This is where they go to die in like a shootout with like the hero.
well, no, this
Like,
is obviously like alternate like history where I'm the bad guy, and like this is like the final
Okay,
fight between me and the like.
No, wait.
I'm putting myself in the bad guy
Well,
persona for this.
no,
one.
because like this just looks like the place in like the first Captain America movie, where like the Red Skull reveals himself, and like there's just a bunch of Nazis dying downstairs.
No, guys. We missed the whole point. This is the hidden side of robots from the hit movie.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Hit movie robots.
upgrades.
No, Sam's got a good point. Not here, but you chase someone away from here into a room that's more cinematic. Like there's
Yeah.
like there's like the finalizing room or like the
Yeah,
grinder or something. That's fair.
Yeah, this also could be like the Polar Express,
Like the
where
package
they
destroyer
avoided this
downstairs.
room.
Yeah, like the
They
man
avoided this
destroyer
room.
down there.
And you just push him in. And...
The cube.
The soul
machine.
crusher.
Mhm.
It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Please.
This is the way out room before the room. You're right, it is the way out room.
Mm-hmm.
But it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know.
This game will fuck you.
Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? I would mind terribly.
Yeah.
Duke. No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it.
See, with you do with that voice, I just assume everything's like an innuendo.
No.
With that voice, anything he says just makes it sound like he's about to go bang some babes.
I've got to go handle some paperwork.
Prelim
Do,
stuff.
do,
of
do,
course.
do. I better take
I've got
full
a
advantage.
peer-reviewed study right here that says. You've never seen that video?
No.
Hold on, I gotta.
I
at
get a lot
least
of
send it in
paperwork,
first.
I'll
and
need,
I'm putting it down.
I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from, and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm going to look around. You stay put in the meantime.
I don't know.
Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise.
That's fine.
Okay, well that's rude.
Better check out that coffee.
Oh my god, it's a glitch in time. It's this song.
Yeah.
I'm home.
Welcome back, model employee. Close enough.
What's being
Welcome
built out
back.
there? Oh, he's back. I thought he left the room.
Yeah. I'm watching.
Evan.
One second.
The paper.
Top of the line, brand new bestsellers. The Animate 16. Warm.
Worm.
Looks kinda cold out there.
We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already tuned to metabolic activity to a minimum.
Well, that explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly.
Smells like ass.
Ding ding ding. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal.
Oh, well, the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process.
Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was an A16 prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from Lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together?
Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the warm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. Real skin? That sounds... Where'd you get the skin?
Yeah, I
From
mean,
cultures.
And it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just...
not stretchable, no.
Right.
For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end.
Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them?
They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. Lila.
Yeah. Lila, if you will.
We used the test footage to haze interns, actually.
That's fucked up.
That's funny.
That's really funny. He must have figured something out. The A-16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway.
Thank you. We try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out half a dozen of them, but...
I think my headcanon for why he has this voice is just that like he's been on the factory floor so long, the amount of fumes he's inhaled has destroyed his vocal lining and resulted in the Duke Nukem voice.
See, I think he's just so stressed he smokes like 5 packs a day.
Yeah, why not both, gentlemen?
We bought out half a dozen of them, but...
So Disney.
Right. What are you asking?
No, I said so Disney. They're like, buy the company.
They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs.
Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human.
High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, but not bioelectricity.
So you had to do the opposite.
Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh.
Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher?
Partly, he led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the serotonin... What the? That's a word. You made up that word.
The serotonin.
Sorry, the synthetic analog serotonin. That was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Young.
Is it pronounced? I forget. Is the J just
So if it's German, it's Young. It might, and it's probably German.
I'll do Young. Hasn't David mentioned Dr. Young before?
Dr. Young has beaten.
David Young.
Wasn't Dr. Young also at Arkham Asylum?
You might be thinking of Hugo Strange. How many doctors were there?
No, there was a
Arkham
Young
Asylum,
in there. There was a Young in there.
The one who got blown up by the safe.
Yeah.
Well, Carl Jung is a famous psychologist, developmental psychologist. That's probably the inspiration.
Oh.
I mean, if it was a doctor in Arkham,
It's
it
okay.
makes
I'm
sense,
stupid,
right?
Evan. I get it.
what? Okay.
Damn.
What?
Tell me, you really know.
Sounds impressive.
It's not like you were more offended that I said that. What? Okay.
What?
You know what? Fuck you. It's like, what?
You don't talk to Evan Dawes like that.
Yeah, he's looking at you.
Evan, I'm the one who was insulting myself. What?
We Evans got to look out for each other.
I got you, bro.
157.
She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get her kind of pay grade. I thought he was just talking about... Yeah, well, I guess she just got promoted, so she doesn't do her old work anymore.
So Young collaborated with David on technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct he couldn't have taken sole credit for. Young, did he partner with her on this?
Well, I have a feeling we're gonna talk to Dr. Young.
We're gonna kill her.
We're gonna beat her.
This seems
You
to
look a lot like Emma.
unlucky.
Are you, ma'am? Are you okay?
Fridge cam, hold on. There we go. This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If Dawes does quality assurance, is this some kind of android calibration device? It's probably what he'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? You're short.
Short people.
Oh, is
Your
that one of those
android's
inhaler?
too short, ma'am.
An inhaler left out on a desk, probably half a dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. Dawes, the inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct?
What?
Oh yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews.
Other corporations do it the same way?
Everyone's smoking that Amazon pack. Trying to keep pace with each other, so...
That's a possible method of getting poisoned as well.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I like that
inhalant.
hat.
An inhalant.
Yeah. So we know that these are meant to be stimulants, but then again, from what we
The
understand, the boss
Well,
can
and
adjust to what it
an-
actually is.
Yeah.
Yeah, an inhaler is just a delivery method.
Yeah.
You think... Hold on.
Well, we're also aware that
It did
apparently
it.
that wirelessly it can be like the dosage and stuff can it be like the whole chemical makeup of it be changed?
I'm cooking.
I don't think so. I think
So-
that would be a little.
We just found out.
Stretching.
So, okay, so Arthur or Dr. Asher, David, was not very high in the company, despite how important he was. He wasn't like corporate, right? So we just found out that this Dr. Young worked with him and then got promoted. So she is implied to be at least above.
Probably higher. Yeah.
So I
higher
think
than-
she was the very important person who shall not be named that he was meeting with.
Maybe.
And when he went into the other room, he like puffed his inhaler, and she had changed it to poison.
Yes, the poison option.
And I guess depending on what,
Well,
if this might be a special formula that only belongs to this company, that might be a reason why it doesn't show up on any of the talk screens because it's a trade secret.
though, what was her name in the beginning? Jess.
Yeah, Jess.
Jess. She had already explained what was in her inhaler at least, and she works for Noble, so I would assume it's the same for everybody.
Yeah,
They
it's
can be
meant
changed.
to be a stimulant. I thought I had heard that they can change like what's in there pretty.
Yeah.
They they can change the dosage. but,
No, they
like,
changed what's in there, I think.
Well, I think at the very least they
we
can
can pull
change
it
the
up.
they can change the
Yeah,
amount that's in it. I don't think we have it, do we?
Pull up the
It
logs.
should be.
They just talked about it. Can you pull up like the chat
inhalants?
logs?
I'm looking for the inhaler.
Because I know it was inhaler.
It was called something. It had like a special name.
Inhaler.
Oh, never mind.
Down there.
First legalized in 2083, the stimulant sold
There
under
you
the name Adroxone has since become one of the most widely used drugs in the corporate world.
Okay, they can change the dosage, but not the drug.
Yeah, it seems to be specifically Adroxone. Or Androzone, maybe.
Yeah, and that's a registered thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone knows about it.
So unless we specifically are dealing with the entire company is using a different stimulant, that would be a different thing.
Yeah.
But then it would.
I just think the inhaler may have been the delivery method. I don't think that she could like change it on the fly, assuming that she's the killer.
You have a huff.
That also assumes that he even used an inhaler as
Yeah,
well.
because we didn't see any evidence.
I don't think
he
he
had
did.
one
We didn't
on.
find one anywhere.
Yeah. They
Which
took it.
I mean, they could have taken it. That's a good point, but
She let him puff from hers,
Yeah, she.
and she had poison.
And then
in-
said, "Let's have a drink after this."
It just had poison written on the side.
Excuse me, sorry. Why does this one have a skull and crossbones over it?
That's
I
my
don't-
favorite
it's okay.
flavor.
it's a pirate.
Because it's
Goosebumps.
badass.
Arg.
Badass.
It's not a skull and crossbones. It's a Jolly Roger.
Ah.
Did you see have you seen the bit of like the grammatically correct pirate?
No.
It was like some guy walks into a room, Captain, we be setting up the cannons. R. Then like, he just turns around.
R. We are.
It's such a stupid. It's like I can't even do it justice. It's just the way he said it is like the video cuts at like the perfect time. It's beautiful.
No, I know. I'm imagining it.
Can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you who knows how much in loss efficiency.
Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company?
Yeah.
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 Sucks.
He says.
Overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days.
These days.
Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp.
Popped greens?
Henny.
Yeah, used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow a red after brushing your teeth and get into your bunk fast.
Interesting.
But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down.
Dude, now I'm thinking he's gotten the voice he has because he was popping pills back in the day.
I be popping Molly.
I'll be popping.
That's great to hear.
The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge.
Bro, you're like 20 max.
He's like it. No, he has to be like 30s because this has been going for a while.
The act of emptying one's stomach contents by inducing vomit, triggering the gag reflex,
Yeah.
or using laxative to stimulate the bowel movement.
Well, that's a real thing. Like that.
Yeah.
That's
how
I think
drug
that's the
mules
first
do
tip
that.
that we've gotten that's just like a real
Real.
existing thing.
Yeah, I know, right?
Slay.
There's something out there that's caught my attention when we came in.
Oh,
A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass out the floor, there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through the glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end.
You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. They tell us not to call it blood because it makes them sound like people.
You don't want that.
Something out of place.
Androids have blood, even if they're not officially labeled as such, but it isn't red, it's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red.
Oh, right. Sorry. I barely notice it at this point. The color's natural. Comes from the biomanufacturing process. You know, draining it from babies. That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, and the excess pigment.
Evidence. Manufacturing machinery that processes organic fluids used in the production of warm androids removes bioproducts, impurities, and pigments from the android's blood, thereby changing its color from red to pink.
I thought the machine was shaking in that image. I was like, what the fuck?
So technically you could have android blood look like normal blood.
Yeah, you just have to
Okay.
paint it a different color.
Was he like poisoned by an android, by
yeah,
a blood transfusion of
Yeah.
android blood?
So android blood filled with impurities and stuff is
Yeah.
red. Alright.
So it might not be his blood.
Wait, can we go to the drug that was in his system? Because it did say it had metals in it.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident on the blood poisoning angle. Was that it? Was there a...
Yeah. What?
It was
Not
like
the
a...
alcohol.
There
it
it is.
was poison.
An unidentified substance. Yeah, the chemical makeup of a fluorescent drug. I thought she said that there were some metals in it.
It was oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, something else.
Yeah,
I don't know what
hydrogen. Yeah. Not about hydrogen twice.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident he got poisoned with android blood, which is a metal way to go.
16. Metal way to go. Ha
Yeah.
ha ha.
Oh,
I got robots in my blood.
Changing it from blood red to psychopop pink.
One moment.
more thing.
Without that chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors.
Blood
Whoa, what are you saying, Dawes?
What was that laugh?
That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The sight of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against their face, no one bats an eye.
That is true. Can you imagine? He's like, "Fuck you, Edge." Oh
my God.
That's actual blood.
It's real!
Guy?
Is that like? Oh man, I'm sorry.
Feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. Oh, that's a 3D printer?
We got chips because we looked at the other one.
I think we get chips just for looking at them all, in general.
Yeah, you look when you explore.
That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Manufacturer for short. Real high quality piece of machinery. Each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics.
I trust the Randocs with my life.
The Dockers, yeah.
Don't call them the Dockers.
Meet the Fockers.
What does it do?
A nano-level flash fab. Can
What?
English, please?
A method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilize parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was historically prohibitively expensive, limiting the exploration of investment in nanotech. In years since flash fabrication introduction, use of the demand for nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of this surge in nanomachine construction has been raised through the official stance of Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group, has remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint.
So basically, it's a really fancy 3D printer that uses nanomachines.
Nanomachine son.
Yeah, there we go. What I said.
You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids?
The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution.
A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use?
Blood. Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks.
Well, that's similar to our poison.
Very.
3D printed poison?
Did someone get poisoned with nanomachines?
Oh God.
That's why they couldn't find anything on the dock screen.
It's not because it's not a poison.
toxin. It's not a poison. It's nanomachines actively shutting his body down.
Dude got robots in his blood.
Yeah. The bugs are in his skin.
The bugs are back. They feed into the nanoprinter, and it assembles the machines particle by particle. Can we have like a mandated Dracula Flow marathon? I feel like it's been too long.
It has been a while. I
watched
think
it.
we deserve to watch it again. Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple nucleic acids. Must be time consuming.
You would think, but Randock cracked the code on parallel microfacturing.
Oh, they're back at it.
The Dockers.
Yeah.
Don't call them that. They don't like it when we call them
They
that.
cry.
They cry.
The inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. This sounds sick as hell.
Yeah.
They finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes.
Nectar, is it sticky?
It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. This guy loves talking about his job.
Yeah,
I mean,
never work a day in your life.
yeah.
What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home from the office one day. He must
I
have
got
bought his own
nanites in my blood.
for some reason. Yeah, so someone put nanomachines in his blood.
There's like, oh, you got a nano.
I don't know if they were
factory here,
special. I don't know if it's just like just base nanomachines, or if they're like were tuned to do something specific.
Maybe.
I can't imagine having nanomachines just in your system is good and for you.
No. I mean, if it's undetectable, maybe.
Ooh, what do we have here?
Article.
What have we got on this
Online
data
article?
bed? Some kind of write-up. On the subject of Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world today, and in fact much of the world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between the two ends, where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The Uncanny Valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching marketing and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we suspected, and it might not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to speculative fiction by Robert J. Sullivan, who, in his well-known work Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Though the lens of his characters in their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrates that the Uncanny Valley does in fact have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implication of this are far-reaching. We will very soon reach that point, which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Oops, looks like you forgot to sign into this device. Drop your thumbprint below and we'll keep you squared away so you can keep reading.
I think people who want to actually give information without the sign-in, need to fucking make the article shorter, goddammit.
I hate them.
I hate them, yeah.
Surprised to find reading material like that around here.
That's
Were
an
they-
interesting concept.
I mean, they're right. I mean, to the point where they're, like, pretty much humans. That's creepier than if they were, like, weird-looking robots.
Yeah.
Were they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be...
I think wary.
Well, it's like in a box, like on the ground here.
I mean, but that means someone was reading it. But, I don't know. I think I would be wary. I'd say wary, maybe.
Ah, dang. That was dismissive.
Yeah.
If the peak does... They are, because they're actively trying to make them more lifelike anyway.
Ah, yeah, fair. I was reading it from the
Yeah,
other one,
that's a good
yeah.
point.
If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line maybe their entire industry could be bottoms up if people start to... Oh, no, never mind. If people start to think it's cruel. If there is any indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. Or is that just chips just for the information in general, and then I could have gotten more for... I'm not sure.
What's it matter at this point?
Money!
I think they would be wary of it because if it becomes too human, it might dip into their profits.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they have a problem because people are uncomfortable. Okay, so I guess we were right.
This guy's hairstyle at least had to have been inspired by Makoto Persona 3. For sure.
I mean, like, gray and oranges, that's pretty much all. That's Persona 4's, like, identity. I guess more yellow, but still.
Yeah, it's a darker color, but yeah.
All done. You ready to get the ad handled?
Jesus.
Thanks for humoring me.
Like that.
But
You
you
ready
want
for-
to die.
I'm gonna
You ready
get
for me
ya.
to handle your ad?
Get away. Not anymore now. You get away from her.
Yeah, what's gonna happen is once she starts getting scanned, she's gonna pull out guns and start blasting the
Explode.
machine. So it's like cannot be scanned and cannot be barcoded. What?
Can you have it step into the scanner?
As he says.
Understood.
No. Jesus,
Right then, what are we looking at here?
that's a bomb.
Whoa. This is just a full human.
It's just a dude.
That's a human with cybernegative part.
There's a lot to unpack here.
We theorize that it may have been Asher's pincushion.
Pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here.
What language is that on the screen?
Tess. You know, Tesseract, all noble products and... Well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess.
That's a rack.
Tesseract 4.6, better known as TESS, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language, built on the top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allows androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, TESS is virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca program language. The study and teaching of other older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology.
That's interesting. The death of multiple languages.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense too.
Yeah, it does.
So there are a couple meanings of the word tesseract.
Okay.
It is a four-dimensional object that looks like a smaller cube within a larger cube. Or there's also a tesseract like coding definition. 1 second. 1 moment, please.
I was just thinking of Halo type shit. Maybe the Tesseract.
There's a Lancer mech that has a Tesseract system in it, which completely like moves a point of gravity. So you can fall upwards or to the side or something. To the one mech that you choose, that is now the center of gravity, and they must go towards it.
There's a Python tool called Tesseract.
I really gotta appreciate the think tank of nerds that just happened here with Tesseract. Loki. That reminds me of Halo. This is Lancer model, the coding language. I just had to appreciate that.
It's a different spread. What's fucked up is like anytime I think of Halo now, though, I think of that one scene. Like, give me the device, and he's just getting his ass beat by Chief in multiple ways. Give me the device.
I want to play Lancer so bad, but nobody wants to play it.
Stupid.
No one,
Stupid.
also, nobody wants to run it. That's the big thing. I want to play in a Lancer campaign.
No one know Lancer. No, my name not Lance, so I don't Lancer.
I'm not going to promise to learn well, no, I'll play it, but I'm not going to promise to learn and run a system that I haven't touched yet.
No, because you said you weren't really into mechs, right?
Yeah, but like, I'll give it a try. Like, I tried VTM, even though I didn't think I would be into it.
That's fair. It's also a very crunchy system. It's not something that I really enjoy running. I mean, I could give it another shot now that I like own the book. Like for real, as opposed to like working off of the scraps that I had before. But I would have to read the book first.
The book.
Well, anyway, Tesseract in Python teaches your code to read images, like read text in images. Easy to read and write. Stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by?
Fuck. Sarah.
This Sarah model.
Weird stuff has happened. We got Halo talk, we got Lancer talk, we got coding talk, and
choose your poison.
It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. So it's recent. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing, and emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases.
Damn.
Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large that I can't... No, wow, he had to measure it using...
hell of a poker face.
Wait, decryption and signal hijacking? That's illegal.
Yeah.
Hacking?
Nice work, Morgan.
Essentially.
Does that mean it can hack its own tenants? The
Oh, we know
programming
about
frameworks
tenants.
underlying the development of all modern automated dependent software. Any of all contemporary supported programming languages are built upon tenant system, allowing users to designate a series of inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. We know that
We
from
heard
Penny.
it from model
Mhm.
employee. Yeah.
Once added to a program, a tenant cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenant with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenants were first adopted in the field of computer science as a Trio 3 priority that governed how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Since then, the number of supported tenants have ballooned to 113, most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value. Tenants are well known for increasing the decision time lag of program this. Combined with their engineered inflexibility has made it such that most programmers aim for the tenant limit below 30. Originally, the one tenant that could not be removed from any program was tenant safety 0, aka tenant 0 or tenant 1. Said tenant dictates that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in the harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People v. Volstant's defense contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required, though tenant 0 may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or a joke.
Well, I mean, I guess in the sense of if you're gonna use them for military purposes, you have to take it off.
I don't like the idea that if I got like a maid or something, it's like, oh yeah, we didn't put that in the she can kill you clause. That's unnecessary.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you signed the paperwork. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you didn't read that your robot can kill you, part of the fine print?
Unlucky.
That's a joke, yeah.
Oh no, that's unthinkable, literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its tenants would be like
God.
you stepping into traffic, or dropping a baby,
Yeah.
or, killing someone,
Yeah.
shooting them in the heart, maybe.
Yeah.
Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do.
I think there's a nursery home on the way home.
I was about to say, I love the idea that he didn't say you killing somebody. Like
Yeah.
that was like people do that all the time. So
Some people do walk into traffic.
they do too. Yeah.
Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean that they are androids, or?
Yes.
Well, no, there aren't crazy androids. So, yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up.
Yes.
That's okay. So it can hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems?
But what if they could, though? What if one did, though?
No.
Oh, we don't know, and it won't happen.
The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, the musculoskeletal setup is... Wow, I really managed that word. I didn't think I was going to get it first try.
Yeah, you
Oh, yeah.
hit that up.
Yeah, I mean, you are Duke after all.
Drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model.
Can you lift a car or something, Sarah?
Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity.
What?
Oh.
Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top.
What's the public disturbance walker?
It's gonna be a fucking minor unit, isn't it?
That sounds like a riot control robot.
It's like one of those
It's,
things from Dishonored, like the long leg things.
It's a dreadnought.
Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression?
Yeah.
And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says that can't be right.
Oh fuck no.
Look, Dawes,
Sorry,
I
I
was-
never be rules of nature.
I was actually hoping you could tell me about the software of the metadata.
Can I keep her for a while? This is cool.
Please, I'm nerded out. Who worked on it and when?
All right. Okay.
So there has to be Jesus. There has to be a point
your stomach?
where that was my stomach. That's why I was like, what the fuck happened?
Sounded like a beast.
Yeah, I hunger. Maybe. Like, you have to tell your like company like this. David's lawyer came in with like this warm android. It was nuts. right? Or am I
Coolest
tri-
android I've ever seen.
That doesn't sound. Or they're like, fuck.
Bro, what is
They're like,
this?
fuck. That's what we did. Oh,
Well, that's unfortunate.
they died.
Unlucky.
He died. The editing logs have been purged.
Sounds right.
Hate this place.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound very above the board.
Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when.
Any chance you can restore those logs?
No.
Not here, not with this machine. I'd need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be?
Sarah?
I'm away from my keyboard. Sorry.
Right, Evan. Oh, AJ Hoppin.
I cannot answer that question with any accuracy.
Oh no, she's turning.
She's.
I had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right?
Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions, it's just Dr. Asher, or whoever, took very different paths to get there.
So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside?
Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here.
You've been very helpful.
Yeah, this guy's a real one
Yeah,
for helping us so much.
He's giving us a
So
lot of
I
info.
suck ass.
He gave us the murder weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Can we still get the registration done?
Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally, we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know.
Oven. Gross.
Yeah, that is kind of nasty. He's a freak for that one. All right, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit?
She is.
As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility.
Right then. You fine with the designation Sarah? We can set it to anything you like.
Well, actually,
She's pouting.
never mind. Sarah will do fine.
She considered it.
Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. I could just hack into your cookie. I
Don't
can
worry, I
get
already
into
know where
your
you live.
cookies and get your phone number.
Yeah, don't worry.
I hate that. Do you want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks.
On job?
Not right now.
On job?
Give me the neutral eyebrow.
You had to do it to him.
The last thing, then, is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenants here, nothing too far out of the ordinary.
23.
23, that's higher than I expected, talking with it. He seemed more malleable than that.
Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outwards appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be, they only had 3 tenants total, and every unit had to have them. That's the 3 laws of robotics. Hell yeah.
That's what they were talking about earlier. How old is this fucking guy? Hold on, go back. Does it say like when they were born?
No, it doesn't. It just
Nah,
gives the
never.
birth date.
He has to be like 30s then, or minimum.
I mean, I would imagine he's like a senior person here at the company.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, but he looks like
He's
12.
looking.
does
Whatever
look
he's
young,
doing is
like-
working for him.
Then Halen be working.
I think it's more just like, again, the people
Life
in this
expenses.
universe seem to like age slower.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you would
Life
once you
expense-
find the technology.
Yeah, life expectancy is longer. People age slower.
The Bible days.
It's like whenever we look at like what people from like the 50s that are supposed to be our age, they look like 10
like
years older than we
48.
do.
Yeah, like, god damn.
In a coal
So it's
mine.
probably something similar.
Hulk Hogan's hairline being to the back of his neck
Yeah,
by he's
yeah.
23. Oh, fuck him too.
Yeah, he's an asshole. I mean, I love him for his contributions to wrestling, but I hate him for everything else.
Yeah, the fact that he was like in his 30s and his hairline went like a cliff, bro.
Then came the first accidents and the first lawsuits, then the hearings and the legislature.
And the
Slowly,
demand
my
for more
voice is
tenants.
just becoming Duke.
I'm scared. I'm all duked out.
No, duking. I'm duking.
A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment.
Oh,
Jesus.
There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite.
Wow.
target children.
Yeah.
Actively attack children. Tenant.
No. So,
No,
to weigh
we
them
know
as
we know what it means. We know
Okay,
what it
okay,
means.
okay.
No, but the opposite.
That is very funny, though.
That's funny. Wording.
Kill children. Tenant.
Kill children.
This is my kill child bot. Why'd you buy that, Mom?
Who's to say?
No reason.
A tenant.
Companies wanted their asses covered. Customers wanted guarantees.
They wanted their child killed.
They wanted their.
There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just blew until the military entered the market in full force.
They said stop it.
You sound like you don't approve.
I approve.
I wouldn't go that far.
I approve of the check. Cha-ching.
Yeah. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decisions to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenets, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic.
This guy's going to get killed later because he's speaking freely.
Well, not like I was on the jury.
Departments of Advanced Defense Projects versus Zenith Dynamics.
You wouldn't have been on the jury. That's way too many, conflicts of interest.
The Supreme Court sided with the military's requests and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenets from a mandated list at the root of every ad source of code to choose your own checklist.
It's funny. Ads with the most tenants, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation.
What gets evaluated?
Total financial worth for insurance purposes. It's kind of $1 billion.
$1 bajillion.
A smacker.
Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony.
Yeah, it's just the number keeps going. Yeah. The price is about to be crazy.
Ding, ding, ding.
I could sell you. Stop!
Wow.
Cha-ching.
She's on the radar.
I mean, I knew it was custom, but...
What price could they have possibly?
Sarah, let's go to a pawn shop.
That's a lot of digits.
That's crazy.
Hey, you should know these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates.
They're not. This is
Stingy, even.
If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work, they see some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number, that was evidence.
and they go that high. Yeah.
Evaluation of Android Sarah's financial value by an insurance algorithm takes into account the fact that Sarah is the only known android made by David Ashe, the last known piece of tech he worked on, the fact that he is now only deceased and cannot create any more, the fact that Sarah is one of a kind, the value of the components used in her construction, and the potential profits reaped from the experimental technology contained within her totals to a very large sum.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a very
So,
rare
could it
item.
So that's the motive, right?
To sell Sarah?
Yeah.
But they couldn't find her.
But they didn't go out of their way to I guess they expected it to just be taken in by the company.
Maybe.
But then David left a will.
and then Morgan got there.
So that might have been it's like, okay, he's dead. It's gonna get sent to the that's company assets now. That's ours. And then if Joe Schmo just took it. What if she took it?
No, fucking, and then they're gonna see it in court and they're gonna go.
Also, don't forget that fucking the suicide was made to look that way because if he did kill himself, his will would basically
Be
be
null
thrown
and
out,
void.
Yeah.
and the company would be able to determine what to
And
do with
take
his
it.
assets.
Just take
Yeah.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a double plan.
Double win. But yeah. So they're definitely gonna have a fall person once they get caught. They're gonna be like, we have no association with them.
Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. They'll buff right
I
out.
guess.
Don't worry about it.
He spoke differently back there.
Hmm.
You are a liar.
With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed.
Are we in like a boss fight arena? Like what is?
Yeah, this is the elevator,
Yeah,
I
I-
guess.
Yeah, I figure it looks like like you're going up an
Is there
elevator
a
in a
couch
game,
in
and
the
like
elevator?
and like
It looks like a super hot level.
Yeah.
it looks like you're going up an elevator in like a Metroidvania, and then someone
sounds
drops down from
yeah.
the top to attack you
Yeah,
mid
it's a
elevator ride,
fuck! Yeah.
like the Dark Samus fight in Metroid Prime 2.
Very specific.
It is love that game.
Yeah, a reference everyone else here gets.
I bet they do. Everyone, where are all my Metroid heads at?
I need to play Metroid. That's one of the games I've been wanting to play.
Like I copied his accent.
You seem to mirror his effect, his tone.
Duke Nukem.
It's called being friendly. What's your point?
It was just an observation.
I'm here to break hearts and win cases.
And I'm
And
all out of heart.
out of hearts.
Damn, you didn't have to do that. And you got the frog looking around like
Disrespectful, you, and I'm crying.
I'm crying with the
I'm
dead
crying.
tongue.
You hurt me. You can
Okay,
choose
Morgan.
to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required.
Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai?
For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate. Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data.
And then they would have arrested me and they would have thrown me in the slammer.
No, they would have had arrested me and put you in an evidence locker.
An android can't get arrested?
You're not people, remember?
People get arrested.
Silly.
Property gets seized
Oh god, this
and then smashed.
this is like really off topic, but this is getting me excited to play like my Robot Man. Not only like because I already had like 3 like prioritized tenants basically
Boyd.
set up for him, and
Quinn.
now like just the people get arrested. You're not people.
People.
But getting smashed afterwards is fucking.
This really makes me think the culprit might be an android. Then I'm very just this discussion.
like, and then they can't really they can.
Well, they just
not
get smashed. They
dissociate.
just destroy it.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like the company is like, well, this was a defect, and let's get rid of it.
Crazy.
Crazy how that worked.
Like I'm already just thinking about somebody calling him a murderer or something, and then going, "No, silly, objects can't be murderers. I'm a weapon."
I should kill you for
Guns
that.
don't kill people.
That's what a
Yeah, the
pirate
fucking-
would say.
The first serial killer to be hunted by a company, not because they're a serial killer, but because they pissed them off financially.
But because they owe them money.
Yeah, not even owe them. They took an investment.
Oh, great! You put us over the weight limit.
I did no such.
Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floor.
I'm sorry. Who's asking?
The Pentagon.
Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young.
Oh,
yes,
oh, the
the
killer.
We've
murderer.
heard that
The
name
murderer
before.
wants to see me.
Yeah.
How AI Capone was arrested.
AI Capone? Did you just say?
I saw.
You-
I'm
you-
doing the cyber.
You
I'm doing the
Lorenzo 2
cyber.
Magnifico'd yourself.
That's a Rumble character.
AI
Phone.
you just Lorenzo 2 Magnifico'd you yourself.
I don't even know who you're talking about right now. I know Magnifico's from somewhere, but fucking
It's
AI Capone is crazy.
historical. It's from Assassin's Creed 2. He was like the banking family.
Oh, okay. AI Capone is a good one.
Oh, that's yeah, Lorenzo Il Magnifico, and I thought it was 2 when I read it. I was like
Okay.
Lorenzo 2 Magnifico.
It's a
Shouldn't
good
have
name.
assumed I still had the opening move.
Yeah.
Tell her I'll be right up. Hello?
I'll redirect your elevator now. Sorry, I was
Dude, nuke him
putting
now.
AI component council.
Taking control of your elevator is very
Convenient?
forceful. As if Noble's trying to directly steer your investigation.
You could say that.
If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle.
Suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate.
Or just let the elevator drop.
I mean, she would be able to save her.
Yeah, I feel like Sarah would simply intervene.
It'd be like Stroheim, like catching Joseph.
Are you okay? Execution office.
Executive
Young.
office.
Very young. Very young.
Oh God, you just reminded
She's
me.
standing in the shadow.
She's in the edit.
Kick her off.
You just reminded me of my favorite line. Oh, lady.
Look at that cyberpunk corporate.
Yeah, corporate woman.
From part 2, just that I didn't expect the Third Reich to show up. I love the like casual tone of it. Like, oh look, Hitler's here.
She's gonna definitely play a big role in the trial. I definitely can't voice her. I don't think JT can. No, because then it would just be. No, because JT. No, okay.
I wouldn't want to be the killer.
Yeah, that doesn't make because you're both the assistant and the prosecutor.
Yeah.
I can't do lady right now. I'm full duked.
AJ, you ready for your third lady?
I mean, I'm a ladies
I
man.
can take one.
I'm all duked out.
I mean, you
Bucks.
could.
Give me Yumi. Please.
I mean, I'd give you Yumi anyway. Please.
Shake on it.
It's
Shake
only
on
a
it.
half
Shake on the
joke.
deal.
So-
Shake on the deal.
Shake.
Shake your booty.
Yumi. I'm gonna be gone after this trial anyway, so it's fine. What voice to give her? Fucking.
Speaking first is a sign of weakness, isn't? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Nah, don't let her have it. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long.
That is true. She's an older lady. Yeah, I got the voice.
You become the host.
No, I was gonna go. I always like.
What was the name of that? Oh.
Yeah, make it Wernicke.
And Somnium 2, the lady who won the like,
Tomoko
Future
or
Foundation.
Toshiko.
Yeah.
Tomoko.
I think Tomoko is right. That sounds right to me.
I'm not
He does
gonna
give
do
up
this voice,
Tomoko
but I
energy.
would. I'm not gonna do the voice. I just want to be. I've always liked this time of day.
It works that he's German too.
What show?
Yeah.
No, AI. He's talking about AI Somnium Files.
Oh.
Somnium 2.
I guess
Um,
German lady. Then
I always like this time of day.
Not too muggy for you.
No, I never liked the clear blue sky. It always seemed.
Oh, unfortunately, today is a very muggy day for me.
Yeah, fucking start shooting her.
Get her.
Cold to me.
You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year.
You've become the horse. That's all that's gonna be running through my head now.
You become the horse.
The horse. The horse. That is just me. You've become the horse. We're children.
We're not children. We're just quoting a Nazi.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, he's dead now, so don't worry.
He got
He
exploded.
can't hurt you.
He can't hear you.
As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it?
Yeah.
Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill.
Better than quoting Movie Bob. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would rather be locked in a room with Wernicke than in a room with Movie Bob.
I mean, at least fucking.
At least Wernicke's in just a wheelchair.
Yeah.
I guess he can stick the wall rider on you, but other than that, he can't
No,
do
the
much.
wall rider would not be on his side.
I feel
He kind
like
of liked him.
If
Well,
I
I
was
mean,
in a
at the
room with Movie
first-
Bob, I could hurt him.
I could hurt Movie Bob easily by like running backwards at not even like walking backwards at a brisk pace.
Oh,
I would channel my inner GI robot.
Apologies for waxing
I
poetic.
channel my outer GI.
It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here.
I think it's not capturing it as much. You might need to speak up a bit with the voice.
It's been very unusual 24 hours around here.
is that better?
It is. I might just need to turn the music down a little bit, just so it doesn't overpower you.
Who's turned on the mixtape?
Dr. Young.
Yes, Miss is fine.
Miss Young. I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather.
I'm gonna have to practice her voice.
VP of
like
Android Futures at Noble Electronics, likes red meat, flower gardens, high thread counts, dislikes working from home, shopping online, waiting. Fluent in 3 language. Enjoys attending baseball games. Getting children to stop crying is a hidden... Oh, the child-killing robot!
Yes.
She's making
I mean,
it.
that's one way to get
I
them to
have a
stop crying.
patent for
She-
this child.
She is the child-killing robot.
I am the horse.
I am the horse!
No, I brought you up here to blackmail you,
Oh,
to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss.
bring it in for a hug. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years.
Yes, we did. But as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company heels don't stop spinning for anything or anyone.
She's got a tesseract on her desk.
Yeah.
It's a little far away.
Was DOS any help?
She sent him. Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative?
Both.
Well, he was great. But that must mean you know why I'm here.
I don't want to make assumptions.
No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to.
Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear.
Liars?
You have an android. It's not one of ours.
Actually, it isn't, is it? And it isn't.
You know who this is, don't lie to me. You call that quick? You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized?
It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes.
Maybe she's never seen Sarah, though. Maybe she's just heard
Well, I mean,
She knows
David
about her.
talk about it.
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, he would have needed help, like Morgan said.
If
so.
you're nuts about your work, maybe. Well, it's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently.
Huh?
David asks you to take it?
Yeah, what's wrong? You look upset. Something wrong?
You've become the horse.
You become the host of Sarah.
the horse. I've been told that you've been to David's estate already.
I am teetering on the line of like Asian. I'm walking the line every
Make
time
the
I
Jamin. Make the. I was gonna say the Jasian.
I thought you had to say the Jamiesons talking. I was like, what?
The Jersian.
Yeah, the Jersian.
The police gave me full access to the scene.
Then you know that he wasn't alone last night.
Last night he was the horse.
He was the horse.
What
I was
do
the
you
horse.
mean by that?
He was the horse.
Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted.
His favorite character was Whole Horse.
Oh, horse.
I was that witness.
I know.
You drink, don't you?
See, I'm wondering if this is reliable evidence. If just like like if this is like just because she told us she was that person there.
That the evidence changed because of that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's like.
We'll have to
I
see.
mean, as far as we know, that's not proven yet. So
Yeah.
It's not proven. Theoretically.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it lines up with someone who would be protected in the circumstance, but you never know. Really?
Yeah.
Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person,
Who would also be rich enough to be this protected?
let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Young is his superior, on paper, if not in fame. And I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David.
See?
Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation?
No, of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak.
I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy, given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. She's like, don't bullshit me. You know I did it.
I know what you are.
You know I did it. You can't prove it, but you know I did it. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind?
Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened.
You'd figure out I killed him. What?
Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion.
Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen.
Well, clearly I thought I could get away with it now. Touche.
Here we are.
I love them.
And?
So perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well.
So you're doing this for my sake?
No. My reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic.
If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning, then? You went to his home last night?
Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbrum captured all of that quite clearly.
He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call in person?
We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited, and he let me in, and we talked.
About?
Money. The good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves.
How long ago was that?
7 or 8 years ago.
Miss Young.
Putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... Ahem. We spent a while like that, just talking. It was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later...
That he would be dead?
That he would commit suicide in front of me.
A firm reply. What happened?
I saw him take the shit. What do you want me to say?
You're lying to the wrong person, Young.
Like, now that I'm getting more of a grip of the voice, I'm getting like Vietnam flashbacks of "Iron heal the brand."
Heal the brand.
That one thing for crap.
Yeah.
I'm like,
A 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle.
He said he wanted to toast and instantly killed himself.
yeah, he said,
I have something for you, and he
A glass of fresh nanites.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't the alcohol. That was the nanite bottle. My bad.
I'm about to die.
Why did I lick that?
I'm gonna change the trajectory of your life forever. Again, actually.
I checked some messages in the meantime. Enjoyed the view.
In other words, she stayed on camera.
He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. Very poor, I would say. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. Didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep.
You tried to wake him.
He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem. I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system.
Failing to mention his body ending up on the floor.
Yeah, that's strange.
Didn't think to use your phone.
I had no Wi-Fi. No. I suppose I didn't. 9. But it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out. He died.
All according to plan.
But it worked out. The Penumbrum's emergency protocol summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with 1 button press. But I returned to the parlor. He was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived.
You went with them to the hospital, I take it?
Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean.
So did David's, for all the good it did him.
I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they are paid to do.
You seem certain that it was suicide.
Yes.
Why?
As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop.
Well, that's not right.
Not right at
Does
all.
that... No, that is... I am lying.
Was
Does that sound...
Thank
You are
for being
I am the
whore.
horse. You're the whore. Does that sound like David Asher to you?
Curious, restless perfectionist, David. No,
That
I guess it doesn't.
sounds like a Duke Nukem line. Thank you for being so dumb.
Thank you for being so dumb.
You said CCE, Standard Operating Procedure, a moment ago. What is that?
CCE stands for counter corporate. Yeah, the good okay is that I'm counter corporate espionage. It's just like which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense. You understand?
So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned.
They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly or subtly?
Subtly.
Okay, why is it spelled that
You're
way?
right, Owl. This lady does have mother vibes. Honestly, she just
Poisoning
looked
people.
like...
Yeah.
well, she just looks like your art style. I don't know what it is about
No,
her
yeah, I can see
specifically.
that.
I think it's the way she's dressed.
Yeah. I was gonna say something awful. Say it. You already got the allegation.
Yeah, I mean, you
Suck
can't tell us you're going to say something horrible and then not say it. If you can't say it on Twitch, you can put it in the Discord.
Yeah. That'd be selfless, I seen.
Subtly, of course, usually disguised as the
something sex.
itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations.
I see what you did there.
So immoral of you, Al.
Counter corporate espionage.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
The triple C's.
They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops.
Yes. Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us train company resources in a hospital bed where all our position sits vacant.
That's smart. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. I should do that.
That's terrible.
That's terrible. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas in order to drain the enemy's medical resources.
That's nothing compared to when we get taxed. To when they want to turn an asset.
Are those corporate ribs?
Corporate ribs, yes.
And can I have some? Are those nanomachine ribs?
Can I?
That's how they killed David.
Yeah.
Johnny Silverhand going, V, are those corpo ribs?
Yeah.
Are those corpo
Do not
ribs?
eat those.
V would be invited to the cookout.
Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady?
Yeah.
Or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks.
Oh, that's a nasty piece of work.
It's a nasty line of work. Consulting.
I'm sorry?
That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put a corporate spy on your CV.
So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually...
A spy? It depends. Did they say that they are consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting?
How the hell am I supposed to remember?
I just killed him afterwards.
So do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack?
Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. And they'd probably have struck first. Interesting.
I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups?
He's poor. There's a story there.
Become the poor.
You've become the cops. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education.
Was that a deliberate Bruce Lee reference, AJ?
What?
When you said you've become the cups.
No.
No, it is only just...
We're doing the Wernicke bit.
Because he like, you know his famous quote, like,
Yeah.
be like water.
Be like water. Flow. Kill.
When you put water in a cup, it
Drown.
becomes the cup. That's what I
Yeah.
thought of.
Yeah, become the cup. Come cup. During
How quickly we took, like...
I was trying to. If no one laughed, I
less
would
than
have
a
just
second.
continued. I would have continued into it. But
I wish
once
we
no one
didn't. I
laughed,
wish we lived
get-
in a world where we didn't laugh. I wish we could
Yeah.
be those people. Those
Those
intelligent
monsters.
people. Those
I'd be
But,
an
like,
evil person if I didn't.
I
make some
feel like
joke.
there's no version of me that wouldn't at least laugh out of politeness, because I'm not the type of person to just, anyway, somebody's joke.
No.
Vegeta's the cop. Same said.
Yeah, he's the cum cop.
I mean,
I am the cup.
I
because
mean,
I am his father.
during recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, actual authority was
inexperienced and overpaid. He must have been extremely unpopular.
you don't mince words. We didn't either back then. Back in my time, you were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiqued and self-defeating.
Antiquated.
What the fuck kind of word is that?
Antiquated.
Antiquated. More
means
stupid
old.
lingo. Old. Antiqued.
Obsolete.
Not usable. We made it up.
We gotcha.
The two of them made the 1 point doctrine. That's
I've
not
heard
the
of that
story I've
before.
heard in Noble commercials and Noble sponsored media.
Oh, yeah.
It was just a single story for that dude. It's all about David. And come to think of it, it's not a story I've ever heard from David himself.
Had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by the end of
Ah,
the
yes,
day.
the piss.
7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in air still.
David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9, and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not gonna happen. We're nowhere near finishing. The day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat, and I've just stopped pitching water, and he says,
The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night and his end of day.
damn, that's a bar. I married him after that.
Ever since that day, I've been wanting to nano him.
Yeah. Yeah. This is for making me stay up 20 years.
That's all it's for. That's so petty.
8 years ago.
It's like
yeah.
Goob.
Yeah.
They all hated me.
Hi, Goob.
I love that. Nice cack. You want to play that? They all hated me.
I love Goob so much.
Yeah, good hero.
Hero.
Yeah. And
Oh,
you have a
you're
good
heading
night,
off,
you.
huh? You're heading
Yeah.
off, huh? Well, let me help you get on your way. Where are you? You're behind
Helping
Evan.
you
Move.
get.
So long, Gay Bowser.
You can throw people.
Yeah.
All right.
We
Good night.
wrapped up
Bye-bye.
at 4 in the morning.
All right, thanks for sticking
Just-
around, Jens.
Yeah, no, it was great. Frog.
We wrapped up at 4 in the morning. Just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message, and I'm dead. I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got our response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before then, ignored and
Placated.
placated, passed up and ghosted, and
It's kind of
Put
hard to
together.
describe. It means telling someone something that'll make them happy, even if it's empty.
Yeah, like you were satisfied with it.
put together David and I, we had finally gotten a win. So David asks if I've got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in the cabinet I'm turning French, a cabinet at my desk. But he doesn't want to drink from the bottle, so he wants to toast. No,
Oh.
Look at her back when she had a ponytail.
Look at that
too.
killer.
Look at that hater. That bird. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups you grabbed from the break room.
That's okay. So that's the solo cup
tradition.
story.
Yeah. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell.
Sounds like a good memory.
I hated that day.
That's why I killed him.
Huh?
Plastic cups. Oh, they even have the photo.
Oh, this isn't evidence. Corporate.
Corporate espionage.
Hmm.
These are trainings to, I guess, resist, or just how to train themselves to work
To
together.
avoid.
I'm assuming
yeah.
this will be evidence that if he was in a room drinking with someone he didn't trust, then he would be way more
Hostile.
On
better.
edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've seen tenants before.
I like the photo.
Greened. They've been greened.
Can't just say that about somebody.
Greeny.
Ask someone why they're green.
So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup.
The cup.
Call him the cup. I don't
They
give
call
a
me-
fuck.
Tell me the cup.
A drink
Fill of liquid.
filled with liquid.
He's the cup because he is my father.
Yeah, interestingly about the shadows I've been noticing about the people I noticed it the first time we played.
Yeah.
That the only person who has a complete color shift is Morgan.
And Emma,
where
I
she
think.
Yeah, Emma has. She has a shift from I think orange to purple, and Morgan has red to blue. But the difference being Morgan's is a warm to a cool color, whereas Emma's is oh no, it would be the same. Never mind. Sorry, I don't know where I'm going with that. But for everybody else, it usually goes from a colder color to a warmer color.
Not this lady.
Sarah is unique in that both of hers are warm colors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Damn,
Kind.
she's nice.
But
And
this lady
both
goes from a darker to a lighter color, which is inverse to most
They're
people.
Both
as well.
cold too. Or
She's
cool.
a corporate lady.
Yeah, they're both cool. They're both cool, and they go from a darker to a lighter color.
She's
Whereas
purple
most
at the top
people-
and light blue at the bottom.
Yeah, most people start brightest up top and then go darker.
Sarah is BB. Yeah.
This woman is honesty coded. Just the way that she looks, I feel like. I don't know. She just gives off vibes of owl art.
Yeah, she's
And-
evil. Is what I think it is.
Oh, from honesty.
Yeah, all
Yeah.
owl characters are evil.
It's true.
Yeah.
It reflects the allegations.
Also, I like the 3D cube in the background because we were talking about Tesseract
Yeah,
earlier.
she's got a tesseract.
It's a
right there.
tesseract.
It's a
There it
rack,
is.
and she got a rack for the rack.
Loki's here.
What if Burley flies by the screen?
Loki.
Here, like,
Yeah. What if my
No,
burping noise
it's-
from the
yeah, I was gonna say it's like Eden's Garden. You have to investigate something 10
Oh.
times.
You just hear kakara.
Kakarot. Kakarot.
Jock.
And then
There's only 2 evil characters. How dare? And honesty isn't even an evil character. Tactically,
honesty is needed.
She's up to
Tactically.
interpretation, I feel like.
she's definitely not good.
She is complicit in the act of evil, which makes her evil.
Mm,
Looks good doing it.
yeah.
She's
She's
true
true
neutral. That is
neutral.
evil.
Okay.
Nah.
I'd say chaotic good.
If
if you're gonna try, or chaotic
no.
neutral.
Being complicit in the act of evil is in itself an evil action, and she is constantly complicit in the acts of evil.
Well, if she's just following an
she
oath
then
that she's
attempted to
sworn
rectify it. She attempted to rectify it later, which is why I'm willing to say she's probably neutral. But
No,
she
you
for a
know
for a
that.
majority of her life. That's not true. You're biased. Yeah,
you
and?
are biased.
Damn
Correct.
right, we're biased.
We
Yeah,
got
yeah,
jumped.
and
They
what do you
killed their
want?
friend. They killed our friend. They killed our best friend.
Well,
and she
that
went.
part, she was just doing her job. I feel like she didn't like want to get Lazul back.
No, oh, Lazul. Sorry, never mind. I thought you were saying that Madame Azul
Lazul,
didn't
I was
want
about
to
to
hurt.
Yeah,
No,
Madam
honesty,
Lazul.
honesty,
I
like
wanted to hurt
didn't
her.
want to specifically get Lazul back. That was her job. She was like oath sworn to do that, right?
I mean, yeah. She has to be. They have to bring back the cycle, but this is D&D stuff.
Well, yeah. Let me like
Yeah.
if Diamond didn't say anything, was it Honesty would still probably be doing what she was doing before, right? Like that. She didn't have a change of heart because like she saw Azul, right? Because she was familiar with curses.
I was gonna
It
say,
was.
it's what I am. I want to get through this so we can wrap up.
That's
for it.
fair.
Yeah.
It was. It
Also,
was
but yes,
ceremony
yes,
for us.
absolutely, I am biased. That's the bit. I didn't like.
There's no bid. I just hate you.
I just hate you.
As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you?
That's correct.
Didn't you join the company at around the same time?
No. David was always more interested in his work than he was climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game.
So was he unpopular around here?
Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Asher.
You don't seem too happy when you're saying that.
Yeah. Misunderstood, perhaps.
How
Or
so?
because I would feel some type of way if I made it up the ladder. Like, you're higher than Tony Stark, but then Tony Stark still gets credit. Like, motherfucker, I make shit too. I do shit.
I'm cool.
I'm cool.
That's literally Jeff Bridges' like character in the first movie. Actually,
A box of scraps.
The box is dropped in a
in a
cave.
cave.
With a box of
The
scraps.
Undertaker.
I'm the Undertaker. I am the Under
What is
Man.
Smokey speak like? I'm the Undertaker. Why do you speak like that?
Tony Bennett in a cave with scraps. Like a fucking WWE promo.
He could be blunt demanding, some might say.
No, just imagining like Macho Man delivering that.
If Tony Stark did these with a bunch of scraps, we are in a cave.
Yeah.
We have good scientists. Yeah. To kill you.
Kill him.
Kill him.
Tony Stark built this in a lab in a cave with a
What's
lab.
happening right now? 1 a.m. struggles. Tony Stark.
Tony Stark has become the host.
It's like Mr. Beast.
Mr.
Zomber
Beast.
We're never gonna make it.
Keep going.
We've
could
got
be
so much
blunt.
dialogue
I
to get
said
through.
this line.
Fighting.
I said this line already.
I didn't.
It wasn't trying to be, it's just. Not everyone could work at the same pace as he did for as long as he did.
A bit.
Yeah, probably should save. It's been a bit.
Also make
It looked like she had like a black eye in that.
I see.
Not like around her eye, but like a robotic eye. Sarah. It's probably from the distance.
Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. Speaking of which, I don't see any at Young's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that his work-life balance was...
I'm gonna get your ass out in a second. Just give me a second.
Balance implies the two are at odds with one another.
That's a corpo answer. Work is life.
We use work-life harmony here at the company.
Fascinating. So, was he in harmony?
He was in harm's way, for sure. No, David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. He said, nah, bitch, I got work to do. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject.
Right.
What do you mean?
I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings.
Double bookings is crazy.
Scandalous.
Your dad.
Man, people were after the nerd.
Well, I mean, he made a lot of money.
Yeah, that's true.
The 816 only entered production this year, correct?
Hold on, there's water. Thank God.
Yeah, wait, hold on. That line implies that there's only one holiday.
Probably. But Carlos, I've been looking online on Walmart. They have Captain Caveman Complete Series. I've been thinking about it.
Oh
Been thinking about
man,
getting it. I don't know if it's like in stock.
You should
but
collect like all the Hanna-Barbera classic
I
cartoons.
should. I don't know how to get.
I have a lot of weird cartoons in my collection.
Oh, your dad probably
know-
collects a lot of Simpsons stuff, right?
Yeah. I have the Super Mario Super Show.
Mike Tyson Mysteries.
Mr. T.
Oh,
excuse
Mr.
you.
T, yeah, Mr. T, yeah.
I have the 80s Dungeons and Dragons cartoon.
That's a prize collection. That's the pinnacle.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted from the art.
Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday. We began shipping in the first quarter.
I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids.
Oh shit, that's where I know her haircut from. I've been trying to place it. It's Lucy's hair.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I keep on catching the German voice, and I'm trying to raise it to sound more feminine, and it keeps fucking going up and down. It's fucked. I need to practice.
I played my part supervising the launch, yes.
British.
Yeah, it was
Weren't
one
you
of
the one who designed Cinetonin? The factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts?
I'm surprised you've heard of that.
Who told you that?
I should kill them now.
Was it Evan?
Evan? I'm looking at you, Evan.
Evan.
I did lead that project. Yes, but that was years ago. At that time, Cinetonin was little more than novelty. a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it.
Or he came in and upshowed
He
you
helped
again.
you. Yeah. And his motherfucker.
Took the reins.
He was the lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters. And he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible.
David did all of that. It's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields?
I mean,
Did he fill the roles on the A14 or 15?
no. No.
Oh.
Ugh. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Soon he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas. Imagine being in there, he's just like, no, I'm just taking notes. And then like a couple
Just watching.
months or so later, he's like, actually, they're like,
Oh
"Actually,
my
that's a good idea."
goodness!
Oh my goodness!
Oh my god!
Okay, honestly, anything he worked on, oh my god. And eventually they came to follow his lead,
Just like that.
just like that. Oh, she got angry at that.
So he just applied himself and soon he was leading other departments?
That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was.
Maybe they weren't paying him enough.
Nope.
The company... Oh, sorry.
The company profited, I'm closer to him. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. I don't know.
So this android, Sarah...
Hmm?
Even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from.
It's not in any of our systems.
I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project?
Pet?
No. He never gave me any indication like that. If he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. If he didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself and anyone below him, frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice.
He never mentioned me?
No, never.
Hmm.
Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card?
The company's accountants are mirthless. Even by industry standards, they wouldn't humor anybody. Not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom.
You have a mailroom?
Not since the 30s.
Hmm.
Just a figure of speech.
Why is she so
What was the
excited?
mailroom about?
I don't know.
Mail! He
That's where
couldn't have
Buggy's
taken-
hiding all the male characters.
Yeah, I was gonna say a
Oh.
mail room. There's a room for the men. Let me see it.
Maybe.
Let me see it. Let me
That's
see
where
it.
they're
let me see
being
it.
kept captive.
Mail,
Relax,
mail,
Sarah,
mail,
relax.
mail.
There's a bunch of shirtless men in there. Let me in.
Wait,
They
not
all
only
got freed in the
there-
30s. They're
No,
loose out
wait.
there.
Yeah, not only is there mail rooms, there's blackmail.
No, no,
no, no, no.
not the blackmail
The
room.
blackmail room.
He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself.
I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Except the hacking stuff.
Yeah, don't say that.
So why keep it secret?
I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results.
Why'd you have to say it like that? Why'd you have to do that?
Mean?
Yeah, it could be.
Why?
Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
Of course, that was the last one they had to end it on. Maybe she just sucks.
Let's just updating it with.
Yeah.
I'm sure today's been difficult for you.
No, a difficult day for all of us.
A message from Fran. I'm running out of leads to chase. The brat better have good news.
Are you really going to take this court? Take this.
That's
to
my
court?
plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of.
And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide?
Yeah.
I guess I haven't decided what I believe.
Hello? Are you going to answer the question?
4:21 p.m., July 1st.
She just left.
In
She just left.
transit. Would you
Would you kindly?
would you kind
No.
it's Frank
I-
Fontaine.
I think to me the clearest reason that he wouldn't kill himself is that he seemed like to be kind of a father figure to Sarah and
was
be
too
happy
alive.
with that, right?
He had so much work. Like, you know, when people like that, when shit like that happens to people, it's like they usually don't, or like, you can kind of, well.
And like he wasn't getting overwhelmed by his work. That much is clear.
loved his work.
He was sitting in on meetings and like adopting other jobs within the company. If anything, he was underwhelmed by his work. He had too much passion to give.
He was doing other stuff just for funsies.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it was leading up to Sarah. So.
Yeah. So that's where we're gonna end up for today, though. Very good session. I'm liking the investigation parts mixed with like the story elements you're getting in there too. I was talking to Evan a bit before next. I was kind of like that first part we played. There's a lot of good stuff, but I felt it was a bit too wordy. I felt like we were there was a bit of wasted time in the opening portion that we played that I wasn't enjoying as much as this one. But this investigation I liked quite a bit. That it was very nice. I like the setup that they're doing. I think there's still more potential with the investigation segments in these chapters, but now that hopefully they got some funds in the company in the circle now, they can if they want to flesh things out a bit more or do a bit more. I don't know what I would recommend, but I feel like I think something I would like to see is kind of something taken from the Sherlock Holmes games, that like when you meet a new person, you kind of analyze what they look like and then make a deduction on what kind of person that is based on looking at them.
Oh yeah, and that can also help.
Or-
The like Morgan is really good at like manipulating people kind of angle, like
Yeah.
figuring out the kind of person they are.
And it's a good way to like show credits to. I mean, Tyrion Cuthbert did a similar thing as well. Though that was more for the Eye of Horus section than the that, like building a profile. But I think having a little just mechanic when you meet someone and get a general vibe of them, I think would really do wonders for the investigation. There's little mechanics in the investigation that I think could really make it a lot more tactile and interesting to go through.
Yeah, I think my only nitpick so far is that it's a lot of information and not enough like gameplay, you know? There's not really any mechanics being put into play here besides gathering evidence.
I would normally say, well, it's a visual novel, but we've been proven that doesn't necessarily
mean
that's bad.
And it's a small nitpick. Like, I'm enjoying the game.
I like
it's
the lore. I like the
capturing
information.
Story's doing
Yeah.
well. Yeah, story's very well.
I like it. I am a bit
it
worried that
got
we may
me.
have figured out the method a bit too fast, but then again, this is a lawyer game, and it's not a whodunit, so that's
Also, we don't know for certain. We have theories, but
We
like
do.
we don't have it confirmed. Like this is how it's done.
That's fair.
Also,
I can't say.
I think just as an aside, kind of a thing, like it also isn't like necessarily too like I don't know how to kind of word it, but like it hasn't been too in your face about what's happening either.
Yeah.
Like it's slowly building up to that point, which I don't know. I think saying like, oh, we now know how it was done is kind of disingenuous to like the process that we did to get there. You know, like you don't have to figure out the method of murder in the trial, in my opinion. Like it can just be something that you learn over time. In
I
my
think
mind,
the frustration that comes is if we can obviously present something and make that argument then.
Yeah.
And
then they won't let you.
These meant to be
And
highly
then-
intelligent people are acting dumb, and that's when
Yeah,
it
that's
gets them annoying.
that's completely different in my mind.
And I
We're
feel
not
like
there yet.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't even gotten into trial yet. There's no way we could have.
Yeah, I feel like we should come in with this scope every time we play a mystery game, where like we play these games a lot.
Yeah, that's why I was.
We us figuring out something doesn't necessarily mean that it was obvious. It means that we're used to thinking along these lines. You know, we do this a lot.
If Phoenix Wright is anything to go off of, you don't always know until the end, but this does feel a little different than well, no, Ace Attorney is a good comparator because Ace Attorney, it doesn't matter if you know who the culprit is going into the trial. That's kind of part of the fun of Ace Attorney. You can know who the culprit is, but the problem that Phoenix has to come to is proving that it is that person. Unfortunately, in some of the games directed by Yamazaki, you have a lot of instances where they treat it more like a whodunit, and obvious ways you could catch the culprit are ignored, while the Shu Takumi games, they tend to actually have a bit more of an intrigue in how you break down their testimony, you show them to be a liar, unreliable on the stand, and slowly get them and corner them into proving they're the culprit, and that's what I'm hoping this is.
Ace Attorney is kind of weird because like it bills itself as a defense attorney game, and like the first half of every case is you being a defense attorney, and the second half is you becoming a prosecutor, and you have to like prove that this guy did it, as opposed to prove that your guy didn't do it. Also, like that is obviously a bottle of Jack Daniels. Like that's just a Jack Daniels label.
I've been thinking about drinking Jack again just because of this.
But I do like. I do think it's like there's too many words in my visual novel. But I do think some just little mechanics can really flesh out or maybe just even more hands-on elements to the investigation portion can really help make the investigation point, because they seem to be going for long investigations. I don't know like what the other trials are going to look like. I'm imagining this is an oddity, and the next trial is going to be more traditional, like you're actually going to court over this.
Maybe.
And maybe they're going to introduce multiple trial days. Maybe I'm not sure how. But like if every investigation portion is this long, then they do need to keep up that level of intrigue, or else as interesting as the world they've made and as interesting as the designs and look of everything is, I feel like I'll get bored.
That's fair.
I feel like I could easily get bored with it.
Yeah, we don't have like an investigation like interrogation mechanic, like the psych locks or the Eye of Horus, or I guess that's
thinking,
about it. But...
you know the gambling mechanic that we did in the prologue?
Yeah.
I was thinking that would be like the Magatama of this game, where like if somebody was really holding out on you, you would go into that sequence, you know?
Yeah, because I think almost if they want to play into the theme of gambling, I feel like there almost needs to be like maybe some consideration to alternative ways of solving a case. Like you could get information if you play your cards right and get information out of a certain person, but if not, it may take a bit longer to get to the point where you need to when the trial comes around, you know? And I think and with the mechanic where you can't load back a save as easily, I think that could have a lot. If they want to play the gambling angle, I think they got to commit to it.
Yeah. Put like puzzles like it's a Leighton game in the middle. It's like
what do you know about David Asher? Oh, we used to go hang out, and you have to make a puzzle of what they drank that night.
Yeah, I think just the investigation needs a little bit more elements to make it really engaging, to make it really pop, and make it as good to go through. And forgive me, Sam just said, but too many words in my visual novel is also the big criticism of the letter. They're saying stuff in this game, at least. They weren't saying words in the letter.
This is still a solid 8 out of 10, I think.
I
for
enjoy
me.
it. No, I still
Oh, yeah.
enjoy it.
That's
As
good.
from what I've seen, I enjoy it a lot. I just I want for more. I think it
It's-
could be. I can see that it could be better.
It's keeping me engaged, and honestly, every time I play a new game, that gets harder and harder. So that's like I consider that a high bar.
I just don't
Evan.
know if this formula lasts. Like how many episodes they want to give this. If it's exactly like this every time.
I don't think it will be. I think they're gonna change it up.
That's my
imagine
hope.
So. Yeah. Evan, how can you be engaged? You're married.
Yeah. But it's like I'm gonna throw you over to someone playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. They're on the second case of the first game. Who are they? Aurelia C VT, the Aurelia C VTuber. They just made like a noise. So just caught me off guard.
I want more Emma. I want to argue against.
I'm
Emma
sure
in
we'll get
court.
plenty of Emma.
We'll
Thanks for the
get
stream.
none of it. I want Rhea.
Pixel, you're an
Boy,
absolute sweetheart
Rhea,
coming in here
yeah.
saying thank you for the stream like I just made you a dinner.
Yeah.
You're a cutie patootie.
You pickled the toast.
You little pickle.
Whoa!
Get out of here,
Can't
you
say that,
scamp.
AJ.
But yeah, thank you all for showing up. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed. But we're gonna be heading out. We're gonna get them some Betty Bye, and we'll see you whenever we decide to go live again. I might be Hotel Dusk Connect or Last Window before we get another chance to do some more of the Devil, but we'll see. But the raid's about to go through, so as always, I have to remind you all: stay quality. Mistakes. That's it.
Bye
Yeah.
bye.
I did it. I did it right.
Yippee!
I hesitated though.